Welcome everybody to this online version of Digital Art Conference Antwerp. So as some of you may or may not know, we were supposed to do a physical event last year, which due to, well, we all know why, didn't go through. So here we are in a digital version. Definitely expected the first time to be a little bit different, but we've powered on, so hopefully everybody has a good time today. So before we jump into our first talk, I just want to mention a couple of things before we get started. So first of all, if you're watching on YouTube or on the website, be sure to join our Discord server. It should be either on the website or in the video. That you can interact with the rest of the audience and ask some questions to the speakers as well after the talks. And yeah, everybody's in there. We've got quite a number of people in there already, so hopefully you'll join us and have a good time. Then, recording-wise, for a few days after the event, the live stream will probably be visible on our website, but ultimately we're going to have the talks edited separately and they'll be posted publicly to our YouTube channel. So if you do miss it today or miss part of it today, the talks will definitely remain, so you don't have to worry about those. And then really, before I hand it off to my colleague Johan, who's here with me presenting, I'm just going to thank our sponsors as well. This is quite important. They've graciously provided a whole bunch of stuff for our giveaway as well. So that's running too. Part of our giveaway closes at 12 and another part closes at 5 p.m., I believe, right before the last talk of the morning and afternoon. So if you want to get in on that, make sure to check the website for the details. It's all on there. So with that said, I would say, Johan, take it away.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us already. We're just thrilled to host this first edition of DAC-ANT.
Definitely.
Everything is corona-proof over here. We've got a very large space where we're having our production, so everything is okay with that. And we will jump straight towards Alt Shift, and I say good morning, Patrick and Tanya.
Hey.
Good morning, guys.
How are you doing?
Thank you for having us.
But it's awesome that you would like to be here. So I think you can start your presentation.
Yeah, without further ado, let me just double check with our technical team. Yeah, you're good to go. So
is it working?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, guys. We are Alt Shift from Hamburg City, but we come to that later. We are doing 3D stuff, a lot of 3D stuff. We're a multidimensional 3D agency directly in Hamburg City. And today we're going to talk about Arquiz, sports shoes, and craft beer, like the three things we're at the moment kind of focused on. No, we are pretty versatile, you will see. This is us. Maybe, you just saw our pretty faces. Now you can see them again. We're Tanya and Patrick. Tanya used to be an interior designer. I was an architect before we founded Alt Shift. Yes, but we got rid of that jobs because we didn't like them. As we said, we are from Hamburg City, the most beautiful city on the planet. as you see here. If you ever visit Hamburg, you should come by boat. You should just hire a boat and come through the Northern Sea, down the Elbe River. And this is a photo that Tanya made. This is what Hamburg looks like on our one day of summer. This is a pretty... This is a new animation. You just had to see it. just to start with. As you see, Tanya and me, we are a happily married couple. We got married on our own will, as you see here in this picture. This is our little studio. We are pretty small. We have 45 square meters, and half of that is a basement. We had to move our desks to show this cool hipster image. This is our feel-good manager, Attila, and our dog. He's at the moment, he's also here with us, but he's...
Same position?
Yeah,
probably.
same position. He has a sofa. It's his sofa. And another good friend of us is beer. We are, this beer, what you're seeing is our own beer, because as I just said, we have 45 square meters, and half of that is a basement, but it's a used basement for our own craft beer brewery, which is amazing. This is our beer. We brew beer, and out of the spent grains, we also bake bread. Yeah.
A lot of bees.
Yeah, a lot of bees. This is our self-made Altschiff beer bread. And as a lot of people asked us, we have to show our normal Monday morning hip-hop video. So here it is again. Typical Monday morning for us.
Die Hälfte Street Cash, die andere weil ich fies rap. Paris, Gardoness, wie Mac G-Rap, Intelligenz, wir haben die Lizenz. Werde Zeugen wie Caruso aus dem UFO-Step, die Cruise Back, von der man sagt, dass in ihr Deutschrap Zukunft steckt. Und ihr habt recht, wir sind gut fürs Geschäft. Ohne uns ist Rap ein Joint, der ohne Glut nicht brennt. Das Comeback des Jahres, ihr habt so lange gewartet. Kurzer Prozess, weil der Beweis DNA ist mit Lichtgeschwindigkeit unterwegs auf der Straße. Ich balanciere zwischen Genie und Wahnsinn. Ich hab während der Schwangerschaft Mama in den Bauch getreten, denn ich wollte so schnell wie möglich raus, um meinen Traum zu leben. Damals teilten sich die Zellen schnell, heute teilt man sich schnell eine Zelle wegen schnellem Geld, schlechte Welt. Überlegene Genetik für den AMG Mercedes mit den Ledersitzen musst du Kilos pushen wie im Training. Ich bin nicht reich geworden und asozial geblieben, doch euer sterbender Schwan sieht meinen Kranich fliegen. Hört ihr mich? Yes sir. Seht ihr mich? Yes sir. Alle salutieren, denn der General ist back. Yeah. Como arigato, sayonara, bitch. Lass mal die Würde knacken, zeig was für ein Soldat du bist. Hört ihr mich? Yes sir. Seht ihr mich? Yes sir. Alle salutieren, denn der General ist back. Yeah. Como arigato, sayonara, bitch. Lass mal die Würde knacken, zeig was für ein Soldat du bist.
Yes. As I just said, this is a normal Monday morning. No, we wanted to create a new hip hop video for Altschiff for the DAC-ANT, but we are not allowed to meet people. So what do we do instead, Tanya?
Yeah, we stay at home and we save the world. This is everything we can do. So what we do? Yes, we do architecture with visualization, interior, product, visualizations for industries, branding, art and motion, and planning. This is basically the amount of work that is running in our studio.
Yeah, it's,
And why we have so much variety is because we always say yes. Sometimes it's not the best decision, but mostly it is. Because that's why we have funny clients like, for example, the Ratsherrn Brewery. It's a brewery based here in Hamburg, and they ask us to do all the product shots. So this is something that we do at the moment. We still do because they have a lot of products.
Yeah, we are happy because we got the visualization lead for all of their 3D stuff.
So they already started the commercials with the pictures. Yeah. So during all this process, we are always pitching our clients that we already have, because we think that the creativity with the product is so big that sometimes the client even don't know what to do, and so we sometimes push them further to do something more.
Yeah, we just tend to show the client ideas that we have that they didn't really commission. So we always come up with new ideas and just shoot them over and say, hey guys, why don't we let all the beer bottles fly? And usually that leads to completely new projects, which is quite cool.
So this, for example, was a product for glasses, reading glasses. It is a friend of us who designed all the product packaging, actually. So the idea was to make reading glasses, not sunglasses, but reading glasses, then you can buy in regular shops. You don't have to go to real, what is the word for it actually, where you buy glasses?
Optical shop? I don't know. What is it?
You can buy it at the drugstore, actually.
Yeah.
So the design is that you have all the different glasses that you need. I don't know. I don't wear them because I have very good eyes.
Yeah.
Patrick needs glasses, so he knows more about this topic. So to show the client all the varieties of the glasses and the frames and colors and shapes, he designed kind of a communication on the package.
Yeah, like a pattern system that depends on the thickness of the glasses. So you see the variety of we have round glasses, more edgy glasses, and the thickness, so the dioptrine number changes the design. This is the main fact that was like really cool and cool to show. So you see the zoom factor, if you will.
Bad for us was that due to this idea, we had a lot of different boxes that we have to.
About 500 different textures. It was it was hell.
But somehow beer seems to be a main topic.
It's chasing us. It's a grudge. Beer is it's chasing us. It's this is a project we're at the moment doing a lot of craft beer stuff. We don't know why. It just brewing our own beer led us to meet all the beer people here in Germany. So we are working with a really talented designer called his name is Philipp Roussel. He's also from Germany, and he's designing this cool craft beer labels for a sudden death brewery from Timmendorf at the Baltic Seaside. And we are coming up with all these digital worlds where we put the beers in, which is quite fun. For example, you see the beer, the James Bond-like beer. This is the Pils Brosnan, which is a quite cool idea.
Let's Order Pizza it has about 10%, I think, alcohol. So if you drink 2 of these tins, you're wasted. Order a pizza.
Yeah.
So the work that we do is this.
Yeah, this is like the digital product worlds we are creating for Sudden Death Brewery. You should really check them out. It's amazing beer. They're pretty small, and I think they deliver internationally. I don't know. And now we are coming to our next topic, Be Yoga, keeping things widespread. We love to do a huge variety of different projects. It's this is also the reason why we called ourselves Altshift multi-dimensional design, because we will never get stuck in specializations, because we don't want to be specialized, because we think it's boring. And in our opinion, an expert is someone who knows more and more about less and less until he knows absolutely everything about nothing. It's a quote by Nicholas Murray Butler. But it's how we see things. Maybe others won't, but we see it like this. And we do something new every day. People who know our Instagram that we recently really restarted after a rough 2020, doing something every day or almost every day makes us stay fresh. This is for Adidas. This is a cool client we're pretty proud of. We put the shoe in different years. It was a cooperation with Simple and Daniel Migge, a sound designer, for the Adidas headquarters. We got some pretty cool Adidas 3D scanned models. This is my personal favorite, the 80s. And now it comes. Bam! Yeah, this is something we really love working on. So just to show you the variety. Another thing we're doing is, of course, architectural visualization. This is, an interior viz for a cool client here in Hamburg. It's an agency called Backstein, who are good friends of ours, and we always come up with also the interior design ideas. So it's great because
spaces that we really like to visualize. Probably because that was the thing that I was doing as an interior designer mostly. So these are all projects where the client actually just wants to sell the room and ask us to make the furniture and the design and the materials to fit the selling idea and the target that they want to sell it.
Yeah, we are mostly completely free. We can design whatever we like, and this is quite cool. We have some really nice clients who don't like revisions of the images, so that's always fun.
Of course, we do also classic interior designs for living spaces. But what we realize is that it's just not only the project that needs to be cool, it's also the client that needs to be cool. So we realize no matter how great and amazing the project is, if the client sucks, the final image is always shit. So the client is a very big factor for a good work and for a good image at the end. So we are trying to delete all the bad clients and gain more good clients.
I think almost 100% are pretty cool. 100% of the people we're working with are super cool.
So this leads to very interesting projects, study cases, things that are more open and creative than just following the path of the architect that he wants us to go. And also to different
different and weird projects.
Exploding almond animations.
Can you make an exploding almond? Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. This was a quite cool project. We came up with the whole architecture and surrounding. We created worlds for this high-end garage called Fahrengold. It's like you buy this container style garage for your luxury car, and so we had to come up with one idea for the Arabic world, which is this Bugatti Chiron.
This is our car actually that we drive.
This was a cool collaboration with Zoe and Pure for USM Halle. we came up with the idea for the whole interior design to put the USM furniture in, like the whole staging.
Yeah. So products in architecture is actually something that we enjoy a lot.
Staging, yeah.
Yeah, staging is a lot of fun because of course the client has things that seem to be very important for him, and we don't agree always, but it's a lot of freedom, more freedom that we have with other clients.
Yeah, a cool thing is also, for example, working with engineers. This is something we really, really like, because an engineer has as you all know, has a really, really technical point of view. And it's like, I don't know, it's like a Netflix documentary in real life when you work with engineers. So you get this, we got these files for a tool clamping device from a cool client, Berg & Co. And they just wanted us to make it look really, really cool. So we didn't know what this device could do. So we had a lot of talks with them. I didn't really understand it till the day. I know that it's a device for electromotor production where you spin this copper wires, something like that. Maybe I forgot, but doing this kinds of projects is always something really new. You're learning such a lot, and it's super fun. And even though one doesn't understand the machine, it looks cool, which is amazing for us.
So this is what we think about clients, and we ask our clients what they think about us.
Yeah, this is also an old video. We couldn't do a new one, so we asked our clients what they think about us, and yeah, this is what they said.
My name is the Murph, and I'll tell you, I thought I had a really disappointing experience with my first sex. No, these guys topped it. They were really crap.
Was willst du?
Ich will nur kurz ein Video mit dir drehen über Altschrift.
Kenne ich nicht.
Doch?
Nein, kenne ich nicht. Kenne ich nicht. Spreche nicht über Leute, die ich nicht kenne. Hab überhaupt keinen Bock drauf. Mach das weg.
Hey, this is Aaron and Christian from Grey Shot, and we had the opportunity to work with Patrick on the album artwork for our last record. And it was really impressive. It was impressive how terrible it was. So, thanks Patrick. Thanks Patrick.
Alltså hela världen tror jag att köttbullar kommer från Sverige, men det är bara en myt. De kommer ju från Turkiet. Men visst, för all del, åk ni till Ikea och köp era jävla köttbullar.
Schwierig. Die verstehen ja meistens das Briefing schon überhaupt nicht. Dann kommt da irgendwas. Dann willst du da anrufen, dann geht da keiner ans Telefon. Nee, komm, echt, hör auf.
Hey everybody, Jason from the D2. Back when we wanted to redesign our CI, we saw Alt-Shift and we thought, man, these people would be great. One of the dudes there's got tattoos on his arm. I mean, he's got to be a good designer, right? But I have to tell you, it was a real pain. They were difficult. They gave us all these crap ideas. I mean, we wanted to put it on t-shirts, hats, sunglasses, stuff like that. But in the end, we decided to play low key. I mean, Alt-Shift, more like alt-shit.
This is what the clients think about us. It's amazing feedback.
Mostly positive.
Yeah. But yeah.
Own stuff keeps you hot, keeps us hot. Yes, we do a lot of stuff.
Of private projects.
Private project that we don't get money for or we don't get paid for, but we love to do them, and we think it's very important to.
We think it's important to do private projects. For example, we did this fashion design experiments, which was quite fun. It was for Fabio Palvelli's one of Fabio Palvelli's Corona lockdown 3D challenges. So we're always coming up with new ideas from different fields we want to try. This was this was cool that we did also in one of Fabio's challenges, the first prize in the Star Wars challenge. As you see, this is an artwork I really, really love because I'm a huge Star Wars fan. And as you see, the two boys are also big Star Wars fans. or another Star Wars artwork. This is something. This is, I would say, it's like my hobby and the things I do in my spare time. So
yeah, you have a sick brain.
Yeah, might be. Yeah, another Star Wars artwork. This is an artwork. I always wanted to do this road trip that like 50% of all people in the world did, like going through Australia with a bully and. No, it's not bully. Bully is German.
Bully is German.
No, not my bully. It's with the bus.
Yeah, this is the German. It's like the name.
VW bus.
How we have to name it.
So no bully. So I always had this dream, so I had to create it in 3D. No, but we have to. So yeah, created this beauty shots. I'm not even able to handle the surfboard, so but I guess it would look like this.
No dreams in the pictures.
Or some fancy sci-fi stuff. Yeah, those is we call this series of images the arrival. So as you see, there's someone arriving. Yeah, or some other sci-fi images. More sci-fi images. The right one is was called Foundations. It was the entry for the 2019 CG Architect Awards, and we were happy we made the second place. That was cool. Would have loved to have the first place.
Yeah, as everybody.
And as I promised, this one I will just explain to you with Dutch accent, because I tried to tell the boys from DAC-ANT that for one slide I tried to explain in Dutch. This image, we did a cabin in the woods, because everyone is doing a cabin in the woods, and we had to do it a cabin in the woods, and we had to do it as well. So yeah, it is a cabin in the woods with some water pond in front. Yeah. Okay, so these are also some experiments we did with some camera tracking stuff, just smaller daily projects.
It was the one day with blue skies, so we tried to make something great out of it.
Yeah, this is our idea for our craft beer label, where we are working on at the moment. It's the beer is called Drop Dead. This is our beer brand, and before that, our idea was Bird Brew. You see there, this was the beginning of our little brewery in the basement. Yeah, see some malt, grain malt. There we did a Belgian wit beer. As you see, we have the coriander seeds and the bitter orange peel. Yeah, graining malt.
Yeah.
Boiling the whole soup.
At the right, you see where we get the taste.
Yeah, and we have 2 fridges in the basement.
Full of beer.
So
full of beer.
Yeah, from the beginning, our craft beer. And yeah, another chapter is use everything, learn everything. We tend to try every different piece of software, every tool, everything. And but we finally, or I would say more, me personally, Tanya loves Macs, 3D Studio Macs, not a Macs guy. I don't know. But I also love this Macs guy, but I also fell in love quite a while ago with Houdini. So, yeah, no, Houdini comes 2 slides from now. No, this was a scan from an MRI image of my brain. I extracted it with some medical university testing medical software and created some artworks out of it. And at the moment, we have a cool collaboration with the Harvard University on MRI art. This is nothing we can show by now. But we'll show that maybe in a couple of months. Yeah, this is literally my brain. It's my brain. As you see, it's kind of off.
It is.
Yeah, we love using plugins like Typeflow, which is the most amazing plugin I've ever used. And we love to use Houdini, which is like my tool of choice whenever I can, mostly not for commercial projects, more for personal work. I love Houdini. Yeah, these are some sites. Houdini is super dope. I created some networks, converted it to VDBs. Like the VDB handling in Houdini is amazing. Yeah, some spheres, some attributes. Put the spheres in the whole thing. It's dope. Some liquid simulation, which is amazing in Houdini as well. Like everything in Houdini is amazing. And no, we don't get paid from side effects. Maybe they should pay us. Yeah. So in the end, we rendered it out with Redshift. And yeah, Houdini is dope. It's an amazing tool. Yeah, this is our last chapter, I guess. It's Screw the Timeline, Doing It Fast.
Yeah, we are not afraid of timelines, deadlines, and full schedule. I have to say, in the last weeks, it was challenging because deadlines were really strange now during this strange times. But I don't know, sometimes you have to say yes, and we somehow have to handle everything. So, well, high pressure forces you to learn and adapt faster at the end.
Yeah, totally. But it's not always cool to have to work under high pressure. It just looks cool when you say it in such a presentation with a cool video in the background.
Okay. So if everything
this is something we had to create in 1.5 days.
How about green? Grass? Isn't it about solar? Nah, fine, you do it. What about laser? Maybe something furry. Oh, that's so fluffy. Nah, no fur. Smart. Maybe robotic? How about neon? Should be all of it. Why not? Wow. Okay, that's fine. Let's go. Eon becomes your eon, and yours, and yours, and yours, and yours. What does your eon look like? Eon DE.
Yeah, we had to do it really, really fast, and that was not my voice.
Yeah, can you do the radio voice actually?
Yeah, we are also doing some cover art for musicians. Like this one we did for a really cool rapper called Nick Weaver. You should definitely check him on Spotify. He's doing amazing stuff. This is some free album cover art or some covers for a cool indie band called Grey Shot, the guys who said how amazing it is to work with us in the video. And we came up with this one. We used some Kit Bash models, by the way, just to name the guys because they are amazing. And this is a music video we created for for my favorite DJ on the planet, Funkin' Matt. You should also check him out. Yeah. Okay, I think we can now stop it because it's looped. So we're almost done with our presentation. It was
so good.
Yeah. But in the end, we have something to end this whole thing with and to wake you guys up because it's in the morning. You should really turn your sound on now, and you should listen to that really, really loud So good morning, guys, and thank you for watching our presentation. This is it. Yeah, we're all shift. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Of course, I love the morning video, Monday morning. Always a laugh if you can see it. And the client's video, amazing as well. Cabin in the Woods, thank you for your lovely accent. Oh, and I love. I want to drink a beer actually now. I want to taste it. What kind of flavors do you have?
At the moment, we're tending to do this like of really experimental beers, like double or triple dry hop New England IPAs, like where you throw in a huge amount of different foreign or mostly foreign hops from New Zealand and America. And you have like huge hop flavors, but we have some or two really good stouts at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I did a vanilla milk stout. It's,
Vanilla stout.
Yeah, it's vanilla rum milk stout. It's like vanilla spice. We put it in rum and let it like soak full with rum for 2 weeks, and then we threw it in the beer, and we put some lactose inside. Like it's.
Do you get cream as well on top?
You can if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Not sure if there are any questions from the audience. Let's have a quick look. Doesn't seem, but I have some questions for you, of course. Yeah, a stupid one. What do you do when you're not creating art?
Sleeping.
Making beer, of course, as well. What did you always wanted to learn but never got around to it?
Yeah, a lot. I always wanted to learn skating. I tried once and I fell very bad, and then I quit.
Skating like in the half pipe or?
Just street would be enough. But
Yeah, we tried it. We actually tried it. Tanya got a skateboard, and she found it cool to break with her face. So
you had to go to the hospital, or?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, really?
I've got a strange nose. I don't know if you see it through the camera. You cannot really break it, and it was all full of blood. And then the lady in the hospital said that we have to X-ray everything, and I said, don't worry, it's not breakable. She said, your nose is breakable like every other nose. I said, no, it's not. And she said, oh, pure girl, you fell on your head.
But what else? No, I don't know. I'm always trying everything. No. It's just skating or snowboarding. And the one thing I always wanted to do and never did is motorcycling.
Yeah.
I never got a motorcycle, and I always wanted it. And now Tanya said, no, it's too dangerous. But this is something I always wanted to do.
Yeah.
And we've never been in winter vacation.
No, and we've never been on a snowboard or on ski or nothing.
Yeah.
You should. It's really fun, actually.
Yeah, I see myself again on my face.
And music. If you're working, do you listen to music when you work?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think, we listen 24/7 mostly, but mostly separated.
Yeah, we have to separate that.
I think sometimes during the day we listen together, but music is...
Yeah, music is, for me, it's like the most important influence in doing art stuff. Like I would say I'm divided. My taste in music is divided into 3 parts. which is kind of weird sounding because it's I come from the hardcore metalcore corner.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is 1/3, and my most important taste of music third, and another third is British hip hop and rap.
Yeah.
Like because in the UK they have amazing rap artists, and the third part for me is it's kind of for a lot of people kind of sad, and it's EDM. I love deep house and house.
It doesn't matter. It's okay.
Yeah, we like you, no matter what.
Good. Are there any more questions from the audience? Yeah? I just have to find them.
No worries.
Okay, here it is. One question. What is your dream project?
Working for Pixar, for something, that would be, or working with Pixar, for Pixar, to create something in collaboration with Pixar, or that's for me, that would be my dream project.
Yeah.
And for you?
And for you, Tanja?
Oh, I don't know. I think I have to skip this one. I don't know if I have a dream.
Maybe work for Johannes? No?
Yeah. We do a lot of his work. Yeah. We're too busy to follow our dreams.
And in general, I would say if you guys know our Instagram, my dream project is all the stuff we're doing on Instagram, like in the end to actually earn money just by getting booked and people say, guys, just do something cool, just do something weird, something fancy, and just to getting paid for what we're good at.
Yeah.
And no revisions, no architectural plans, and this would be something we're I think both really dreaming of, to just get paid for the stuff we love, because everyone knows that, of course, from now and then you have some projects that are really or kind of stressful because it's super techy, or the client is a bit difficult. That happens from time to time. So.
Yeah, that's goes together with the next question. Your work is very creative and wacky. So do you ever get into a disagreement with a client who wants something more boring?
Yes.
A lot.
How do you handle it?
We save the first image we did in a good resolution for using it later, and then we deliver. We have a pretty cool phrase here. It's like, if you want shit, you get shit.
Yeah.
So we try to sell the cool stuff and to explain why this and that and this idea is cool and looks cool and what we are thinking about that. But from time to time,
sometimes you just can't help them.
No.
So in order to fulfill the other projects, we just do what they want and close the deal and keep on moving.
But mostly I have to say we have pretty cool clients who really trust us and trust our creative and design skills. I'm saying that I'm really proud of that. I'm really happy with the with our circle of clients that we.
This is something that we make clear at the beginning. Mostly, I think, because people know that we come from architecture and interior design. I think many people also book us because we have this expertise. So it's also a little bit clear that we are not doing 100% just what we are asked to do. If we believe that it's stupid, we will say it. So.
Okay, cool. I've got another question. They thank you for the presentation. They loved it. And have you ever played with Blender for your 3D work?
Yes, I started the donut tutorial, and I have to admit that it felt you also started that. It felt really good.
Yeah.
I have to
for me
say.
as well. I like modeling in Blender actually.
Yeah, it's really handy, and what's the coolest thing for me is that it looks cool. The whole UI of Blender looks cool because we, as we said, we're coming from architecture, so our computer work in our study started with things like ArchiCAD. The only software that looks shit for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
It looks like a 10 euro software. Sorry, Graphisoft, but it's the truth. And so coming to Blender, the UI really made my day. I mean, at the moment we are mostly using.
I love to open it. It's
yeah,
there.
and it's super fast.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm not a technical person, but it's Python based, isn't it?
Yes, everybody's
so
saying yes over here.
So it's starting really fast.
Yeah.
I mean, we love all our other software, also our tool of choice, 3ds Max, but Blender opens just
instantly.
It's the SSD of 3D software.
True. Got some more questions over here. Can you tell us why you left architecture and interior architecture?
Yes, can I be really honest here?
You have to.
Because it sucked. No, in our studies, we studied at a really creative university in Wismar at the Baltic Sea side. And we learned that in our studies, we learned that architecture is a super creative job. And once you're an architect, you're just designing and drawing. But that was not the truth. We found out really roughly.
Yeah.
Plus, one big point I would say is that we have never been very good employees. We are very good in making our own things, and we are not very good in listening to others. Also, as well, the timelines. If you have an architecture project, especially architecture, that could go on for years. Yeah. Interior design better, but still some projects can also go on for 2 or 3 years if you build having a big project. And now what we are doing is just way faster. You're rushing through the projects, and sometimes we do 2 or 3 or 4 projects at the same day. And it's just fast.
Working on them, not finishing them.
Finishing them. And I think this fast working is something that suits us way more than going to the office and doing the same shit every day and repeating your day.
Yeah. So it was in the end we just cut off all the uncreative part of architecture, like the planning process. And as we said in the beginning, we are actually planning some stuff for some clients. Some clients come to us and say, can you plan our new, we did a headquarter for a startup here in the harbor city in Hamburg. And we came up with all the interior design, but we said we are not doing the planning part. So we can design the whole space for you, also draw you some plans, that's okay for us. And we generate the pictures, and you take the pictures and like the rough floor plan, and you go to a building company, and they should build it like it is on the pictures.
Yeah, great. What do we have more? Oh yeah, where do you find clients to design album covers?
This happens via Instagram. This is because of our Instagram channel. It's like a really colorful and weird and wacky project. So people just DM us on Insta and get in touch with us.
Yeah, sometimes also you write people that you like their music, or it's just based on communication.
Yeah, that's also something I like to do, to just get in touch with musicians and bands I like and say, hey guys, your music is amazing. And a good tip for getting in touch with music artists is not writing them and say, hey, your music is amazing, please click on and see my account. No, just write and leave a mark. And if you have an Instagram account with some dope art, they will check out no matter what.
Or do you make special teasers for those guys? For
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes we tend to pitch.
Yeah.
Pitch in terms of just showing, creating some cool shit for them.
Yeah, okay. And then a bit off topic, but okay. How long did you take to get the tattoos done?
This was.
You started 2006.
I started 2016, and I was pretty lazy, and I was also afraid of all the pain. So it's still not done. So as you see, there's the Buzz Lightyear. Yeah, it's Buzz Lightyear. You can't see it now, and it's still not done for the last 3 years because I'm afraid of the pain. And but the newest one is like the recipe for beer, like water, hops, malt, and yeast. This, but all in all, it's like it's going on for the last 3 or 4 years now.
Where did it start?
It started with a triangle.
It started with just the triangles on the, what is this part called? The
arm.
Yeah. You still have an old disc on your hand? I can see it.
Yeah, this is. I did this one to remind myself of saving my files because I never save my files.
It's not working.
So it's not working. So I have the USB 1 part and an old 145 disc.
Oh, great. Okay. I don't think there are any more questions. Oh no, there is one. Just came in. Okay. Super boring question. But how did you guys decide to go into architecture and interior design in the first place? What was the thought process? Was the other stuff before going into architecture, or was it more of a case, I'm born for this, so let's do this?
So going into architecture.
In the first place.
Oh, in the first place, to be honest, my answer is boring. Sorry, but this is. I always wanted to become a fashion designer or a graphic designer. That was what I wanted to do. But I heard from a lot of older people I know, maybe also from family or friends, that
you should do something.
the little boy has to do something. In German, we say mit Hand und Fuß, something really, really serious. And this is architecture. It's artistic, but also something really engineering. So yeah, that was the decision to start architecture. In the studies, I personally loved it, and I still love architecture and design, but I just don't love the actual job as an architect.
Yeah. Okay. So I think this was the last question, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that was the last one. Okay, I would like to thank you both so much for being here, and let's hope we can meet each other in real life very soon. Or
thank you very much for doing all this whole thing.
Thank you so much.
We are so sorry that it's not in real world, but we are so happy that you did it, and we're happy to be part of it.
Okay, great. Okay, guys, see you and thank you very much. Bye. Okay, then I'm. And see you later.
And we're back. Cool. So, yeah, I had to step out to prepare the next speaker there. So I just want to say a thank you from me to Altshift as well for joining us. Great presentation. Yeah, so before I introduce our next speaker, yes, I just want to mention a few things again if you're just joining us now. So first of all, if you'd like to interact with us, then be sure to join our Discord server, which is either on the website or in the description of the YouTube video. If, yeah, again, you're just joining us now, there's a couple of things. First of all, the talks will be recorded and will be posted separately after the event ends in the weeks after. For a few days, we'll probably leave the complete stream up so you can kind of relive it if you didn't miss it or if you missed it the first time. But other than that, yeah. One more thing I want to talk about. Again, our sponsors, they've been so gracious to donate a bunch of stuff for our giveaway, which is really cool. And I just wanted to mention that there's still a chance to join it until 12 a.m. Well, 12 noon Central Eastern Time. There's still a chance to join the competitions for Cine Software, Pulse, and Flip Normals, who are giving us, Cine Software is giving us, I think, a software bundle of 13 3ds Max plugins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So, and then Pulse is giving away a license for their render farm.
Render management farm.
And cool stuff. And then we have a whole bunch of Flip Normals exclusive courses. Yeah, five total. That you can win as well, but that competition ends at 12 noon Central Eastern Time. So make sure you get in before it's too late. And then the other prizes, we still have
ArtStation. We have.
Oh yeah, one more thing. That's right. Before I announce the other ones, we have a promo code on the website, DAC 2021, which is valid until the 2nd of April. Which you can use for 2 free months of ArtStation Pro if you've never used it before.
Yeah, indeed.
You can find more info on the website on the link to join with and stuff where you can use it. So that's very cool of them as well. Before I announce the other competition, I want to say a thank you to Ace as well. They've sponsored the location here. So it's really cool of them that we're able to, we're in a big cinema here so we can social distance and make sure that everything is according to regulations. And then for the final set of prizes, if you want to announce them?
Yeah, we have a Wacom Cintiq 22-inch, which you can win. We have from Chaos Group 2 licenses, one for Corona Renderer and one for V-Ray, or actually the person can choose which one. And
they can even choose whether it's a 3ds Max or a V-Ray one.
Or
3ds Max or Cinema 4D.
Cinema 4D, indeed.
So, yeah.
And then we have from Makina, it's a Dutch company where you can buy hardware. They have a very nice 1 terabyte SSD that you can win.
Yes.
As well.
So that those competitions close at 5 p.m. Central Eastern Time. So you still have some time to join those. But make sure you check it out. It's all, again, on the website. And I think we have a link in the Discord server as well to the to everything. So with that out of the way, I think we're ready to announce the next speaker. So if you've been keeping an eye on the schedule, you'll know that it's Miguel Iglesias who's going to be talking about the use of visual narrative in art. I think he's ready to go. I'm just going to double check with our tech team that they have his presentation lined up. So, yeah, all right, Miguel. I would say take it from here. You're good to go. And I'll talk to you in about half an hour.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. And thank you, everybody, for joining. And I cannot say how excited I am about being here. So I hope that you will find this presentation interesting. Okay. So today, I want to talk about a subject of vital importance and that I am extremely passionate about, to the point that I have even created and I'm currently teaching an 8 weeks long course focused on this very subject. This subject is now more important than ever, I think, considering the current state of the online art community, its trends and how fast it has been growing in the latest years thanks to the internet, of course, and social media. So I want to talk about visual narrative and its profound impact in art, and the worrying lack of understanding of its fundamentals and uses among the community, but most importantly among students and newcomers that want to make the jump into the profession. So there are several reasons for this issue, I think. First, we as artists, whenever we create any type of artwork, paintings, drawings, sculptures, 3D scenes, hard surface models or textures, anything, you name it, we need to have an understanding, a control, and certain degree of mastery over the fundamentals of art. That understanding and mastery of these fundamentals is a very arduous journey out of itself. And for the most part, it takes many, many years of continuous grind, of practice and study in order to achieve it to a minimum degree, right? That is why it tends to happen very often that, especially among students and beginners, they get trapped in this loop of getting obsessed with reaching that goal of becoming masters with light or perspective, or creating drawings with perfect anatomy, or being perfect modelers. Everything turns around how good of a painter you are or a drawer on a technical level, and how you compare to others. Everything is measured according to the technical skills alone. And of course, that is a very natural thing to happen due to the time and effort invested in it. Social media certainly does not help either, especially with certain platforms that are used by professionals and aspiring professionals as portfolio galleries for getting new jobs, attracting new clients, and therefore most of the content shared in these platforms is focused mainly on showcasing the technical skills of the artist, which for the most part or not exclusively means or translates into compelling pieces of artwork, but just skillfully done. And also in this day and age, the fact that most of the courses, tutorials, and educational content you encounter out there in schools and especially on the internet only focus on the technical sides of things about teaching different types of techniques and programs and software and how to paint and draw and I mean, you name it. And all of these doesn't help either. And don't get me wrong, that is a very, very relevant and important thing. But it leaves at the same time a huge vacuum on the very important topic of teaching about the knowledge of art, and creates at the same time a narrow view and shallow perception of what art is all about. And especially, once again, for new and young artists. Leaving in this way aside the ultimate aspect of creating art, which is expressing and communicating through your work in a way that will resonate with people in a compelling way. And this is a very big problem and also very easy to check. I'm sure you have all experienced this on your own. If you look at any online portfolio site, like ArtStation, for example, after a good look, you will notice that there is an infinite amount of artwork that on one hand has been done with a very high level of technical skills, but on the other hand still remains shallow, repetitive, and plain, one could say. In other words, images that will not be remembered just after some few days. How many times have you seen the same barbarian dude with an axe and big muscles? or the same type of sci-fi soldier robot, or the omnipresent hot warrior chick with big boobs and ridiculous armor, etc., etc. But that all share in many cases also the trait or feature of being very beautifully rendered and modeled. So yes, I bet it has been many times, right? Only those few artists that understand that skills alone are pointless and focus instead of putting those skills to help them to communicate something in a compelling way will achieve a higher impact and will be highly appreciated. And that is what I want to talk about. That is why I want to talk about this subject. To burst the bubble and hopefully trigger in you this shift in perception to understand that being extremely skillful technically does not make you necessarily a good artist, but your ability to communicate ideas, to tell powerful and moving stories, to inspire and trigger your audience. Think about this. All great artists and masters through history are remembered and appreciated not because of the technical skills alone, but because of the use of those same skills as a tool to transmit something profound to their audience. The technical skills are ultimately not a goal out of themselves, but a means to an end, which is to communicate something to your audience. Okay, so why is the concept of narrative so relevant and important as a tool for artists, you may be asking? For that, we must take a small look into our past as a species. Kind of strange thinking that we are talking about art, but yes. Narrative has been part of our history as a species since the very beginning, and scientists even argue that it has been in fact shaped our own evolution apart from other animals. The invention of language opened the gates of narrative, and that allowed early humans to learn and share experiences from each other, increasing the cooperation and making them more competitive than other species. With the narrative as a tool came the invention of fiction, and with fiction, stories. Think about it. Our ancestors, like many hundreds, thousands of years, I'm not sure at the moment, but yeah, many from the very beginning, they used to gather around the fire and tell stories to each other. They told of the adventures of the day, of their experiences, their fears, their struggles, and of course their hopes as well. They shared ancient tales of wisdom, adventures, and learning. Through the stories, they made sense of their lives and the world around them. They created and shared a sense of purpose and educated one another about their history and their destiny. And stories are constructed by narratives. Our relation with stories as a species is so profound that as stories are the product of our mind are also the product of stories as we think, dream, and understand the world around us through stories. It is actually quite insane if you think about it. Stories have shaped our mind through evolution, resulting in the human brain being literally wired for stories. We could say that we, the human species, we process our world in narrative. And That is why narrative is potentially our biggest and more powerful tool as artists. Let's see. If we use a metaphor here that we can see here, think of artists that don't use narrative in their work as primitive apes struggling to survive. And narratives as the ultimate tool for survival and domination in the wild and dangerous world of artistic evolution. Only those artists that understand the importance of narrative and use it with the intent in their work will evolve into a new and more powerful and successful stage as an artist in their artistic journey. So now you know. You want to become a great artist? Yes? In that case, smash the hell out of the art with visual narratives. Very simple. That passion, how he constructs those narratives, my goodness, look at him. Yeah, bring it, those narratives, there you go. Come on, yeah. You will become a master, you will be remembering history. There you go. All right. So, okay. Now that we are all on the same page, and I have made my point about how important the use of narrative is in art, it would be nice to look at what this exactly means and what it implies in your creative process. For that, you must understand and shift your view to change your perspective about the role of technical skills and the use of the fundamentals of art. And this is the key, guys. So please pay attention. As we have discussed already, achieving technical mastery over the fundamentals of art should not be your ultimate goal as an artist, but how you use them. The intention under which you use them. You need to start thinking and viewing these fundamentals only as tools at your disposal, tools to communicate something compelling to your audience. Could be a story, could be a mood, a feeling, an idea, you name it. If I use another metaphor here, let's say that you are a writer. In order to write, you need to know, understand, and master the fundamentals of reading and writing, right? So that would be, well, first, knowing your alphabet, knowing how to combine the letters to create words. Then you will need to master orthography to spell these words correctly and grammar to build sentences with a structure and meaning. Then you will also need to learn an extensive vocabulary to use in your sentences. All of these are your fundamentals, which takes a very long time to learn and master. Just think about how many years it takes for people to learn these things. These would be your equivalent to, in our case with art, to perspective, color theory, anatomy, composition, you know, etc., etc. And if we go into more modern type of things like learning the fundamentals about 3D and more technical stuff. So now at this point, if you as a writer, your ultimate goal is only to write without any mistakes and with perfect grammar, showing, mastery over these fundamentals, you really will not achieve much in the world of literature, right? Any other writer, even writing with misspellings, but that on the other hand has a compelling story to tell, will get much higher and will be remembered and appreciated instead of you. The difference would be in the intention on how those fundamentals are used for. Both the text on, let's say, a shampoo bottle and on the other hand, the novel Anna Karenina are perfectly written. But what makes one of these two texts a masterpiece of literature and the other one just a plain descriptive text is the use of the same fundamentals with a narrational intent. In other words, as narrative tools. And in case you did not like this metaphor or it was a little bit too, obscure, I have this other one here that resume it very clearly.
Mute?
All right, so in case it was not clear, the guy with the sword is the one that did not use the fundamentals as narrative tools, okay? All right. So yes, please do not neglect technical skills. Practice a lot and aim to master those fundamentals. But never forget that those skills are just a means to an end. A set of tools that will help you to communicate in the best possible way with your audience. And the more fundamentals you understand and master, the more tools you will have at your disposal. But at the end of the day, everything will come to how you use those tools. In our case, with visual arts, those fundamentals to use as narrative tools are going to be quite many. Each of them with their specific purpose and with different strengths and limitations depending on the narrative you want to use in your work. So let's take a look. So I'm just going to go very fast, like an overview. So first, we have probably the most important of them, and the one that will have the higher impact, composition. No image and narrative will be successful without a careful plan and design composition to support it. And this fundamental is extremely huge and deep. So yeah, there's a lot to talk about it. But yeah, we will leave it there. Second of these tools, but equally important, is value. Value is a key one, especially if we are talking about painting, but in other type of images as well. And it is what will make your picture read and will set the foundation for volumes and lights, and therefore an extremely powerful narrative tool in your image. Then we have lighting and colors, of course. A very strong tool for narrative thanks to their inherent suggestive qualities and their capabilities to influence moods. Then another very important asset in your toolbox for narrative, and sadly and surprisingly, I think, often disregarded as such, and it is the use of characters in your images or films. I mean, it's applied to anything. And it comes with its own type of tools, or one could say subcategory of tools like proportions and anatomy, visual weight, shapes, acting, comprising posing, gesture, expressions, acting overall, and then clothing and props. In many cases, characters will be the focus of the image or frame or scene on your video, and the actors in it will play a major role in displaying your narrative. So they are extremely powerful narrative tools for you to use as an artist. Another tool at your disposal to help you to reinforce a narrative, and that is also often missed, is the use of artistic styles. Normally regarded just as a personal preference that answers to the subjective taste of the author, but that can become extremely powerful when chosen appropriately to support a given narrative. This tool might seem kind of obvious, especially within the professional world, like film and stuff like that, but it's very, very much missed in many cases in people that are trying to paint and in other areas of art. Then we have symbolism, using all type of visual metaphors from cultural and historical sources. This is also a very powerful narrative tool to use. Then we have also mood and atmosphere. And they are a subtle tool to use, but once again, one that if chosen correctly and with purpose, can create a great impact and in the perception of your narrative by your audience. And last but not least in any way, we have contrast. This one is a special one and difficult to classify among all the previous ones. And the reason for that is because contrast is a constant concept used within all the fundamentals we have seen already. So yes, once again, the important thing is to start viewing the fundamentals of art not as tools to just construct visually appealing images, which they of course are as well, but most importantly as narrative tools. You start to see a trend here, right? But since, like I was saying on the beginning, since there is little time for this presentation, I will not dive further into them, even though there is tons of things to talk about it. And I'm not going to talk either about many of the other concepts and subjects relevant to the topic. But instead, I want to use the time left to talk about another vital and critical element in the process of using narrative in your art. And that is the core of the problem we are discussing regarding just having pretty images, but that are shallow and empty. In order to use narrative to communicate anything, you must have something to say in the first place, something to express, what we could call the concept of subject matter. We could say that the subject matter is the core idea behind the image, the DNA that will define the piece of art, your image. In most cases, that will most probably be a story, an idea, a mood, or a feeling. And even though you might think of this as a given, the fact is that in any art, that you think that it must necessarily start with a core idea, subject matter. It is not surprising to encounter a lot of artists, and once again, especially beginners and students, that start working on a piece without anything to say at all with it, but just maybe a superficial recollection of the elements they want in it, like I want a cool warrior and perhaps with an armor covered with spikes. Or, I don't know, a couple, a man and a woman sitting on a bench and some type of blue color, etc., etc. This is a very common issue that I encounter myself with my students during my course, and that surprisingly seems to be very widely spread in general. I mean, we get obsessed with certain subjects, like especially if you want to do design and stuff like that. I'm guilty of this of this as well. But if we go back to the metaphor of writing, engaging the process of creating an image in this way without something to say and just caring about some visual elements firsthand, it is going to be like writing a plain report. All the visual elements will be there, but it will feel dull and without soul. While, on the other hand, if you have a subject matter from the very beginning, something to say, it will be more like writing a story with a plot, characters, emotions, etc., etc. So you see there the difference. As we have seen, in order to become great, an image does not necessarily need to have a complicated or profound subject matter in itself, but how that subject matter is communicated through the use of narrative. There are plenty of masterpieces where the subject matter is simple and straightforward, but what elevates it to greatness is the visual narrative used by the author to communicate it. So the important aspect of it is to have a clear vision of what you want to communicate when you create your image. Because by doing so, regardless of what it is that you want to express, an abstract idea, a mood, a story, etc., etc., it will allow you to focus all your creative energy choosing the best suited narrative for them, and hopefully managing to elevate it to a level of greatness. Instead of working blindly and hoping for a happy accident to occur. This is going to be the first step into creating a process where you have the control from the very beginning to the end. So, for example, what makes this painting great? Why is this painting considered a masterpiece in the history of art? It is certainly not because of the different characters and elements in it out of themselves, like separate elements, but because the subject matter that lays in its foundation, that direct what elements and how they are being displayed to communicate that same subject matter. In this case, this painting is not about the princess and her entourage, but about a very complex philosophical idea. But sadly, I mean, we are out of time, and this is a very dense talk out of itself. So we'll leave here since there is no much time left now. So yes, thanks a lot. And of course, if you are interested in the subject and want to learn more, I encourage you to check my course about narrative illustration and characters that I'm lecturing at CGMA. And of course, if you want also check my work or contact me, you can go on social media, and yeah, I will be there like anybody else. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Cool. All right. Well, first of all, thank you for that awesome presentation. I think I speak for most of the people watching that the next time I'm at my computer making stuff, I'm going to feel like that ape smashing bones. Yeah, that was great. So let's see. We're waiting for some questions to come in, but I have some other ones that I already have for you that we're going to jump into. So,
Exciting.
yes, let's see. I'm gonna pick a good one here. So, do you still do a lot of personal artwork, or does your work generally take over your commercial stuff, your client stuff?
Since I left the studio live, I have made sure that I work on my personal stuff as well. So I think it's of great importance to still dedicate certain time to your own personal work. I think for your sanity as a creative person and artist, I think it's a must. If not, you will burn out.
Yeah, I'm
yes,
definitely the same. Like I spend a lot of time on my own stuff as well. I think it's definitely an advantage of working freelance. So
yeah,
cool. So let's see. Yeah, I think this one is interesting because when we met each other, what is it now, 3 or 4 years ago? We had like a VR room
could
at
be.
in
Yeah.
Frankfurt, and I was wondering, have you tried painting in VR at all since? Because I remember we had a brief conversation about it, but
Yeah, I have not
okay.
not paint. I have tried modeling, and I find it very interesting, especially for concept art work. But I haven't had any need professionally yet to use it. Not that experience with that. But yeah, I have tried it, and I think it's a very powerful tool.
Cool.
For designers specifically. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel you. I've tried it a little bit, but I kind of run into the fact that I can't draw to save my life. I need the computer to do everything for me. But yeah, we've got another question actually coming in from the audience saying, in your artworks, you tend to have a sort of kind of in between quotes ugly or rather non-idealized version of faces and such, especially in regards to the Space Marines, but also when it comes to sci-fi and ballpen drawings. Is there why is that? Is there a specific reason for that, or? So I think what they're mostly talking about is I think it probably actually ties in quite well with your talk that a lot of the faces that you see, you generally have like a lot of scars and stuff, and like they've looked like they've been through some stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So it's always understanding. In this case, is some illustration work. So it's understanding the core narrative intent of that world and characters.
Okay.
So if I just put them, I don't know, nice looking, shaved and with no scars when they are supposed to be warriors that live hundreds of years and they are in completely insane battlefields with apocalyptic weapons, it would feel very weird that they don't have a single scratch.
True.
It's a good example of building a narrative through, in this case, the depiction of the characters.
Cool. Okay, so let's see. I'm looking through some more questions. Are there any software packages that you want to explore at some point, and why would you be interested in those?
Yes, Blender, and then the ones referring to VR.
Okay.
Because of the same reasons. Because for certain type of work, I think more related with films, concept art for films, the speed that it allows you to build something fast on 3D is unmatched. Especially if the director asks you to change the angle of a scene that you have done. If you paint that, it will take several days maybe to do another angle. But if you do that in a rough 3D, then yeah, it's super easy to change. So
well, my door's always open for Blender, so now that we have each other on Discord, yeah, you can just bug me about it. It's all good if you ever jump in. Yeah, this one is kind of interesting. So how many hours do you spend behind a computer screen during like a normal workday, and like how much of that is working on art and how much of that is maybe doing other stuff? Yeah.
It's sadly, in my opinion, I think it's way too much.
Okay.
I spend too much time in front of the computer, and it's, I would say, 95% work related. Or maybe not strictly speaking work, but painting and doing art stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm a slave to my desk in that sense. I enjoy doing art, and yeah, so
Yeah, because it's funny that you say it that way, because part of that question is like, if you take a break, what do? And you think you should get out more, but I think you've definitely already answered that second bit of that question.
I mean, I try to, I mean, I of course enjoy a lot going outside. I have a dog and we go for walks. So I try to also, I'm conscious that in terms of health reasons, it's not the best thing. So I do my best to get out of it. But yeah.
Yeah, I think
still
we're
too much time.
roughly the same age, if I remember correctly. So you must be starting to feel the effects of sitting behind the computer a lot for like 10 years as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat on that one. So I have another question from the audience for you. Do you know of any courses or resources that are good for learning how to do like wear and tear with logic? So like dust and scratches, or walls and floors having scuffness, like how kind of the idea behind how you would apply it well, is basically what somebody's asking.
Well, that's very specific, and I'm not sure I have an answer to that. A specific course about that, I'm
or
not
even
sure.
just like resources or other things that you use to kind of get a feel for it.
No, I mean, if I have the need for something like that, I reach my library of references that I have made myself, or just look for something similar to that, but nothing so specific as a course dedicated to that.
No, that's okay. It's just a question, because I think I sort of approach it similarly. Like I'm thinking about where people would walk, or maybe where people would put their hands on the wall, or maybe they would lean to wait somewhere or something like that, and kind of approach it that way. So I think having a course for that specifically, doesn't jump out at me immediately either. But
what I do with that is just, this is another very, I don't know, I take it even as a motto, so to speak, is that when I'm outside, I'm just like a radar, just observing everything as much as I can. And as soon as I see something interesting, I don't know, let's say you go during the summer to a trip to a very nice place, and you see that in top of the roof of the church, there is a lot of pigeons, and there is plenty of shits from the pigeons. It's like, oh, that's a very nice detail, and I never thought about it. So, or you make a photo, or you make a mental note. So it's just always being observant. And if you can, and you have the tool like a camera, well, now everybody has a camera with a phone, so there's no excuse. You take a photo. So you start to build a library that you can use later on. So I think that's the way to go, just to be observant and
yeah, definitely. All right, so I have 2 more questions coming in from the audience, and I think we're gonna sort of wrap it up after that. So one of them is, process-wise, how do you personally start? So sort of starting with like a background, then characters and lighting, for example, and what would you recommend for people to do? It's more of a question, I think, let's see. Yeah, so since people tend to be very different in these regards, they're just kind of interested to see how you construct something from scratch, basically, what your thought process is. Briefly.
Well, yeah.
Or if it's even the same every time, obviously.
Well, the thing is, it's a complicated question to answer, and I'm gonna go with one of my favorite answers, and it's like, it depends. I never do things in a specific way because I'm always going to adapt to the needs of the image. So in some cases, I'm going to, let's say, I don't know, just for the sake of an example, if I'm doing some character design and I don't have a clear idea, and then I will spend a lot of time sketching and searching for ideas, doing research and things like that. And I will start like a more methodical process, step by step, and building on top of it. But on the other hand, if I have a very clear idea, I might just jump in directly with a more direct concept instead.
Yeah. Okay.
Or if, let's say, it's an illustration with some landscape or something, and once again, I don't have a clear idea, then once again, I will start maybe sketching. Then if I'm not sure about the lighting or something like that, then I might start with thumbnails, with values and stuff like that, and then after using colors. But on the other hand, I might have a very clear idea and then it's more straightforward. So I just jump several steps and go directly to a more advanced stage of the process from the very beginning. So it really depends. And
Cool.
I think there is some, especially, I don't know, of course, who made the question, but I see that a lot in students, and is that they ask for getting like this philosophical stone of the process, that if you do this in this way, it's always going to work. And I think it's important to understand that there is many different ways of reaching the same goal. It just depends on what fits the needs of the image, your needs as an artist, and your skills and your knowledge. So there are many different routes. So I'm sorry that I cannot give such a
I think it's
straight
actually a
answer.
very comprehensive answer. I think it's great that you approach it that way. From my experience as well, it's sometimes, like you said, you have no idea going in, and then you just kind of go for it. And other times, you know exactly what needs to be done, then you can just very quickly and methodically build it up. Looks like you had another extra question coming in, but I'm going to have to be fairly quick. So let's quick fire these last two.
All right.
What are you looking forward to sort of aiming towards in the coming year or so, or years regarding your work? Like, what's your ultimate goal as an artist, maybe even?
All right. Yeah. Okay, I will go super fast. My ultimate goal, and one that I've been building for many years since I started freelancing, is to finally be able to dedicate a big chunk of my time on my personal project and to take it somewhere far. So yeah, that's my ultimate goal. Yes.
All right. So the last question is a long question, but I think it can be a fairly short answer as well. So in the last decade, it has become much easier for creative people to bring their ideas to life due to the increasing availability of powerful software like Blender, Cinema 4D, Houdini, so on. Do you feel that it's much more competitive now and harder for anyone except the most talented people, like the top 1% of the top 1%, to make a full-time living from being a digital artist? Or do you think because of the accessibility of those tools, it's actually become easier for the average person to earn an income doing this kind of thing?
I think it's easier. That doesn't mean that, or to disregard the fact that also obviously by democratizing, so to speak, that access to those tools makes it the competition more hard, but still there is so much work. The tools and the availability of knowledge and experience, it's so great now that I think it's easier. But once again, I mean, still, of course, there's with its challenges with this competition side of things. But overall, I think it's way, way easier.
Yeah, I think I actually agree with you on that one. Like, not only is there more like stuff to use, but there's more people talking about how you use it.
Yeah.
And I think that's become really cool. And like, we tend to talk a lot about the very, very highest echelon of art, like movies and games and all this stuff. But like in between that and people starting out, there's so many different levels that you know, there's so
Totally.
much work to be found. If you
Totally.
don't have anything specific in mind, like whether it's a more corporate route or advertising route or
Yeah.
whatever, there's so much stuff. So I definitely agree with you on that one.
It's so much work. Yeah.
For sure. All right, I think we're going to wrap it up on this one. So again, thanks for being here, man. It was awesome seeing you again.
Has been a pleasure.
Yeah, for sure. It was an awesome talk as well. I think people really, really enjoyed it and really struck a chord.
Thanks. Well, I hope so.
Yeah, no worries. So, yeah, with that said, I think we're going to take a quick 10-minute break here, and then we'll be back with Chop's talk. So with that, again,
Awesome.
Miguel, thanks for joining us. And yeah, you can hang around in the Discord and answer questions. That'd be awesome. So
I will do that. I will be there.
Great. All right.
All right.
Talk
Thanks a lot.
soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And welcome back, everybody. So yeah, we've got another talk lined up in just a second. And before I hand you off to Johan, who will do the introductions, I've got a couple of things I want to repeat if you've been here all morning, and for the people that are just joining. So our first part of our giveaway is closed, but you still have a chance to join the second part of the giveaway, which has a Wacom Cintiq 22-inch drawing tablet, some V-Ray and Corona renderer licenses, and a 1 terabyte SSD still up for grabs. So if you're just joining us now, be sure to check it out. And yeah. Then, if you're also just joining us now, if you'd like to ask questions to our speakers, we're on Discord, so you can join our Discord server. The link for that is either on our website or below in the description of the YouTube video. And I think that's about everything I needed to say, so I'm going to hand it off to you.
Yeah, so our next speaker will be Chop. I'm not going to pronounce his real name because I just can't. He's from Zagreb, Croatia. He's running a studio together with his friend, and now I lost the name, Dean, of course. Sorry, Dean. Let's jump into his presentation. Hello, Chop.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Oh, well, fine. How can one be doing, like, with little sleep and a lot of slides?
So I propose you just start with the slides.
Okay. So hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. So yeah, this slide has nothing to do with anything, but it's like I always wondered, these poor template slides get just thrown in the trash every time, and I always kind of take effort in making them, so I decided to keep this one and show it to you all. But let's get started. So first of all, this talk is kind of like a thought experiment, but it's actually more like a thought experiment about a thought experiment. So I'm like sorry about that in advance. So it's based on hindsight, which is like really important because some of these things are impossible to like predict or think up in advance. And if you stick around to the end of the talk, you'll probably notice why. Because the thing is that a lot of people, when they try to, do something like systematic and put things in bullet points and stuff like that, they will try and act like it was thought of in advance. But technically, like in 99% of the cases, that's bullshit. So I would just like, all of you to take note of that. I do not claim that I thought of this in advance. So yeah, almost no renders were harmed. I don't generally like to show our work in these kinds of talks because I think it's generally watching talks about, people showing their work is kind of boring unless the work is something really special. And yeah, this might take longer than 30 minutes. I'm also sorry about that. And I might swear every now and then because I'm, from Croatia and shit just happens. So yeah, about me, like in a nutshell, I'm Chop. My real name is written like down here. It's pronounced Hrvoje. So it's got like these three consonants in a row, which is unpronounceable if you're not Slavic, which kind of sucks. But my last name is pronounced Chop, which, serves a purpose. Yeah, and this is like my character sheet. If you play like any kind of RPG or old school D&D, you'll immediately recognize this. And I'm not particularly good at anything except this one, which is a special category that I invented. And it actually means just figuring shit out. If I had to like pick one talent that I have, it would be just figuring shit out. I'm pretty good at that. But yeah. So the company I have with my friend Dean is called Polymachine, and in ancient Greek that means like a company that has an office which looks like a render. And yeah, as if you're seeing the image on the screen, this is actually a photo of our office, and it actually does look like a render. So yeah, I mean, like so many others, our core business is architectural visualization. Well, no, it used to be. But now I think I would much rather say that we're in the business of getting paid by happy clients, because architectural visualization is just a very small part, really, of what and how we do, which has something to do with the whole theme of this talk. And like I said, I'm not gonna go and show off like work we did, because you can find all of that online. We have a really nice webpage and the mandatory Instagram profile, which you can find here. So that's that. If you're interested, go take a look, follow, like, share, whatever the hell you're supposed to do on social networks, and that's it. So let me first explain some terms, because that's always important. You got to have your terms straight. So what's actually a professional, right? It would be a person engaged or qualified in a profession, which is like a short description, or a longer description, which I stole from some random website, but it totally serves the purpose, is like somebody who earns their living from performing an activity that requires a certain level of education, skill, training, and like there's a required standard of competency and knowledge, and you have to demonstrate it in order for all of this to work, which is important. So my very, very good friend, Zap Anderson, and if you don't know who that is, you should, told me some time ago when we were discussing this very talk that our value as artists is not in what we create, it's in our ability to create. And I love quoting my friends on these talks, so it might happen a few more times during this. And I think this is like of supreme importance. It's exactly your ability to create what makes you important in any creative industry. If you would burn everything you made up until any given point, you would still have your importance as an artist, because you can create more of it at any given time. So why is value important? Value is actually relative. I mean, in the world, there's two kinds of value. There's real value and perceived value. But perceived value, when you're trying to sell something, perceived value is what actually counts. And your professional value, or we might even say your reputation, is also perceived. So there's no objective way to measure it, because the only thing that really counts is what people think it is. And your ability to consistently demonstrate that you have the ability to create is what determines how people will perceive you. And this is, of course, important, because in any creative industry, word of mouth is still God. And most of the jobs, most of the good jobs, most projects still go by, just word of mouth. I know a lot of creative people that don't even have web pages. They don't have Instagram. They don't have anything, yet they're constantly full of work because they consistently demonstrate their abilities to create. So yeah, let's that was kind of like the intro part. Let's get into the actual talk. So the quantum professional. Yeah, I decided not to put sounds in my presentation because they always kind of mess everything up. So you'll have to imagine that there's some epic like French horns or shit. So I hope everybody here is familiar with Schrödinger's cat. It's a thought experiment in quantum mechanics. But before you get worried, I won't go deep into any of this shit, but it's important because out of sheer principle. So I tend to analyze and think a lot about the stuff we did as a company, the way we approached jobs in the past, the way we kind of got through some hard situations and stuff like that. I like to analyze, I like to put names to things. And you'll notice a lot of that. Nothing in this talk is an official term for anything. It's all just shit that I made up, okay? So yeah, Schrödinger's cat. The interesting thing about Schrödinger's cat is that people tend to think that, the cat is in the box. There's a Geiger counter. If some atom loses or decays, the Geiger counter goes off. It triggers a box. The box destroys some poison. The poison kills the cat, or it doesn't. Since the event is like completely random and it's in an enclosed space, you don't really know what happens until you lift the box. And the important thing about this is that the cat, until you lift the box, the cat isn't really alive or dead. It's alive and dead at the same time. And one of these realities gets resolved in the time when you open the box. So in my thought experiment, your reputation is actually the cat. The project you're working on is the box, and the client is the observer, or the one who kind of lifts the box at some point. So this is like probably a common situation for most people in creative industries. You know, you have your comfort zone, you're all nice and snug inside, and you know, you do your stuff. That is entirely uninteresting to me, so we'll completely ignore this scenario and we won't even talk about it. However, this kind of scenario is much more interesting to me, and a lot of cool things happens like in this kind of thing. And I believe that, you know, working outside of your comfort zone is supremely important for personal development and growth and business development and a lot of things, but I'll touch up on most of that later. So you might be wondering, why am I talking about this out of all people? So people who really know us, like as a company and as people, know that we kind of live outside the comfort zone generally, because this list on the right side is just a small part of things that at some point in time we made money on. And our comfort zone is ArcViz. So make no mistake, right? We started with that. We're proficient in that. We know how to do that, but we don't care. And so whenever opportunities arise to do whatever the hell kind of overlaps with our skill set in any way possible, we tend to jump on it. I'll have examples of that soon. So this is like the premise of everything. When you meet up with a client, or you talk with a client, or you do something like that, and that moment, I call it the proposal. So there's a proposal of an upcoming project which is entirely outside of your comfort zone. There's this window of time between the talk and you saying yes or no. And we're, for the purposes of this experiment, we'll imagine that you said yes, right? At this point in time, your reputation is kind of in a state of quantum superposition, because from that point onward, up until this moment where the client will observe your final work, you can either be very professional or unprofessional, right? And from the client's perspective, he doesn't really know. He will know, or they will know, to be correct about this, they will know in the moment of observing your work if what you did in this whole timeline was good or not. So I call this first moment introspection, and that there's a reason for it, and I'll get to it like very soon. And we'll call this longer scope of time realization, which is the time it takes for you to realize whatever you agreed to and deliver it to your clients. And of course, these two paths are not straight lines, because a lot of different things can happen along the way while you're working on a project, and things can rapidly change. So we'll talk about all of that. But for the start, let's focus on the introspection part. So what's interesting to me about this particular moment is that this can be an extremely short period, right? This can be hours, minutes, or it can even in some instances be seconds. So you meet up with a client on a conference or somewhere, he asked you like, you know, can you guys do something like this? And it might happen that these few seconds until you say yes are actually the only chance you'll ever get at working at this project, because if you don't give an answer, the guy will probably talk to somebody else and somebody else will do the job instead of you. This happens quite often. So the thing about committing to a project like this is that once you are committed as a professional, right? Once you're committed, I think the idea is that you must deliver, right? You must, as a professional, you must deliver a project in entirety to the satisfaction of your client. So we'll just take that as a given. And the positive outcome of this entire process really correlates, in my mind, to accurate insight of your own skills. So how good you are at judging how good you are. So I'm gonna just segue a bit into a mini rant at this point, because if you Google self-criticism, you will run into like a million websites which describe self-criticism as a mental illness of sorts that requires therapy and whatnot. And I don't know, I don't care. But the thing is that in creative work, in creative industries, self-criticism is essential. It's your best friend in the world, because the way you move forward is to realize that you have to move forward. And if you don't do that, you will forever be stuck in the same place where you're at, and you will never, ever progress. But it's vital to be moderate about it. You know, it's not, the point is not in that you look at everything you did and 2 hours later you say, oh my God, this is absolute shit, and I'm never going to be good at anything. No, it's vital to find both the good and bad points in your work so that you can keep the good and work on the bad. To my great misfortune, this particular thing seems to be a dying art, because if you go, well, anywhere, like on Facebook or whatever, and look at what people post, I don't think self-criticism ever came into play at any point in time. But enough about that. So what happens in the introspection part, where, you know, a client proposes a job to you, and what you have to do in your mind, what we do in our minds when we think about stuff like this, when we work with stuff like this, is there's this thing I call the cloud of conditions. So it's the many possible requirements, and these are not all of them, for any given hypothetical like CG job, whatever the hell. And in your mind, once, you know, a project scope or type is proposed, what you first should do is sort it out to required and not required skills. So basically, whichever skill is not really required for the project, we can just safely ignore, and we don't care about that. But the required skills we have to kind of grade. So let's say we have 3 different grades. Just for purposes of this experiment, we can say that if we're really good at something, we got this. If we're kind of good at something, you know, we'll manage. And if we don't know crap about something, we'll just say, you know, nope, well, shit, we don't know nothing about this. And this is all purely hypothetical, right? So these two, like, we got this and we'll manage, of course, you know, that's a positive. You can probably do whatever you want to do, and it will work out. It might take you longer. It might take you a bit less time. It might be better or a bit worse, but you'll do it. But the problems appear in this nope category. So what do you do with this stuff? Well, the way I see it, there's like 3 ways you can sort that stuff out. You can either learn how to do whatever it is you want to do, at which point, you know, it will go into one of these 2, and it's slow, but it's by far the most profitable, because first of all, it won't cost you anything except time, but those skills that you learn along the way, you will keep. And, you know, the more you learn, the easier it gets to learn. So in time, this approach is very, very profitable. And this is something that we prefer to do. So you can also outsource the things that you can't do or don't know, which is obviously less profitable because you have to pay somebody for it, but it might be faster because they can work in parallel to you. And at that point, of course, this will also go into one of these 2 categories. Or you can compensate for it. Now, compensate, you can call that whatever you like. You can cheat. You can choose to ignore something. You can do whatever doesn't fit in these 2. But compensating for, you know, a given problem is not only unreliable, it's like notoriously unpredictable. So anything might happen. And this is not like the way I or we prefer to do this. But if there's no way you can put any of these nopes into one of these 3 categories, it might turn into a hell nope, which is a bad thing for the chances of you succeeding in this project. So we're still at the stage where you haven't said yes, right, to a given project. So here's an example of this, right? So we're in ArcVis Studio. So I just want to give you like a quick example of this thought process and how it worked out in a practical example. We've never done any game art. We've never done anything at all to do with games, anything at all to do with sci-fi, anything at all to do with characters. So none of these things that are on these pictures we've never done before. But I was on this like game development conference where I go for vacation because I have nothing to do with games. And I was having a beer with a guy who runs this game studio. The studio is called Ironward, and they're working on this awesome game called Red Solstice 2. You might want to check it out on Steam. They're really nice guys. Go and wishlist it and all of that. But the conversation went like this. So there was a party, we were having a beer, and he was kind of complaining that they have to do some kind of cover art, but there's a really short timeline and blah, 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 and they don't really know who to ask. And I'm like, okay, so what's that supposed to look like? And he showed me some images, and I'm like, we can do that. And he's like, you can do that? Well, yeah, we can do. I mean, we've never done it before, but I'm reasonably certain that we can do that. And so he said, like, okay, let's give it a shot. And that was like 10 seconds, right? And this is exactly what I was talking about. So in these 10 seconds, I had to, run all of this through my head, decide if we're capable of this or not. What do we have to learn? What do we have to do? And what are we missing? So I knew that we never done any characters, but I kind of figured that, it's not too hard to do. So, I mean, too hard for the purposes of this. I'm not claiming we're, awesome character artists, but we did get some basic, models from the game as like a starting point, which we had to kind of embellish a bit to get to this point. And it worked out. It worked out in the end. We managed to do it in time. We managed to do it to, I hope, both of our satisfaction, us and our clients. And it was a fun project to do. We learned a lot along the way, right? So at that point, other things started happening. So after we finished the first image, then we worked on the second image. And after we finished that, we got a request for like, could you guys do like look development on for like a planet in Unreal Engine that we want to use as like a strategic layer for a game? So we kind of said, yeah, I mean, sure, we can give it a shot, right? And we did that too. And then at that point, we got asked like, yeah, we need like 20-ish vehicles for the game. And we kind of, could you guys do that? And as is a pattern, obviously I said like, yeah, we can do that. And that's a separate story. And I'll get to these vehicles in time, right? But so let's get back to the theory of this. So your probability of actually succeeding in all of this is determined by the ratios of we got this, we'll manage, and nope. And my advice, based on a lot of experience with stuff like this, is if there's at least one hell nope, so no way you can figure this out and no way you can compensate for it or outsource it or whatever, consider just saying no to this job. If there's more than one hell nope, you should probably say no to this job, because it will end up badly. And like I said, every job you participate in, every job you commit to, you stake your reputation on it, right? So this is important stuff. However, unexpected, undetected, or simply ignored hell nopes can be offset by sheer force of will, as I will demonstrate on my own example. So I mentioned the client's perspective of like the timeline of this whole, thought experiment, right? The client is basically interested in this first part where they actually propose the project and expect you to give them an answer, which can be yes and no. And if you agree, you'll agree on some terms about delivery and pricing and whatnot. And they're also interested in the final part, right? The things that they expect you to provide. And all of this that happens in the middle, they don't particularly care about. You can do whatever in here. Things will happen. They don't need to know. And for the most part, they don't want to know. I wouldn't want to know. Like if I ordered something, if you go and buy a car, you don't really care about the conditions of the workers in the factory. Maybe you should, but the reality is that you don't. You want your car, you want it at some price, and you went out to buy it. This is pretty much what every client wants. They want what they want. So during, making any given project, things can obviously go wrong, right? You can start out pretty well, and well, sometimes, shit hits the fan. Let's get back to this, right? So we need 20-ish vehicles for a game. I was kind of excited to get started on this, and as fate would have it, everybody else in the company was busy with doing other projects. So this kind of fell onto me to do, and alone. And well, yeah, it was interesting. So I immediately, jumped on it because, I mean, hell, the game is set on Mars. It's like sci-fi stuff and sci-fi vehicles on Mars. Like, it's a bit more interesting, I think, especially after, so much architecture and like interiors, exteriors, product shots and whatnot. This is like something totally different, right? So I got started, and I made my first vehicle ever. And this is like very important because no sane person would even show you this. But yeah, it's like, I've never done anything like this before. I've never even tried modeling a vehicle, and I've never done outside like of the characters that we did for these two images. I mean, like embellished, not did from scratch. I've never even done a sci-fi model like in my life. But, there I was doing vehicles. So this is kind of the timeline of what happened with this very first thing. It's not even a vehicle, let's call it a thing. It's a box with wheels. So it was like, yeah, I made my first vehicle ever. So 5 minutes later, I was like, yeah, it's not that bad for like a first try. After an hour, I was like, I think I could have done some parts better, that there's things that can be improved. And when I slept it over and I woke up tomorrow and I looked at it again, and I was like, oh shit. Okay, so this is crap, right? This is not good at all. It's just that in the hype and adrenaline while I was working on this, I didn't actually realize that what I made wasn't worth shit. It's just, it's bad. So immediately after that, you scream inside in agony and curse the world and everything. You go to a pub, get seriously drunk, have a massive hangover because, nothing works, nothing makes sense, and everything is crap. And yeah. And then, you get to a point where you have to rethink stuff. Right? So that's what I did. At this point, you have two choices, right? You can decide that you're not cut out for this. I misjudged exactly how much I don't know about all of this stuff. And it's like, yeah, fuck it. I'm just going to have to tell my clients that I don't know how to do it. And that's that. Or you can decide that there's no chance in hell this will defeat you. Which is what I did. And I decided to do something about it because, my reputation is on the line, and there's no way I'm going to let this job, get the best of me. So after I decided that, at this point where, I realized that everything's gone sour, and these are my two choices, right? I tried to pick the one that gets me back on the right track. So how did I do this? First, I had to analyze, what am I missing? Why is my result so bad? Why does it suck so bad? And then I realized that because I've never done any of this, right? I was missing a ton of like subject-specific knowledge about vehicles, about functionality, about cars. I mean, it's probably worth mentioning that I don't even have a driver's license, right? So I do have a car. I just don't have a driver's license. Yeah, it's weird. I know. But anyways, so I did a ton of research. After I did a ton of research, I did a ton of analysis. And after that, I tried to apply what I learned to this whole process of creating vehicles. And I created something that looks arguably better than a box with wheels. Now, the problem with this specific project is that sadly, this is the second vehicle I've ever made in my life. And unfortunately, this is the only one I can show you. So there's 17 more. And after, this whole process, some of them I'm really, really happy about. But as the game is set out to come to the market in June, I can't really show any of them. So you'll just have to take my word for it or buy the game at some point and see for yourselves. So in the end, by, like I said, sheer force of will, I've managed to skew this track up. And from the looking point of my client, who might be actually looking at this talk and listening, so hello there. From their point of view, I kind of managed to pull through and do the job. And nobody really cares about this part, right? Except me. But the point about this part is like I'll get to that really. So basically, the important thing here is that if you go and analyze your past efforts, like in detail, which is kind of what I did this talk about, you might get insight into some of the mistakes you did, because at the time of doing all of these mistakes, I didn't really know why I was doing it. It takes hindsight to kind of figure out where you went wrong. And I think it's supremely important to do this process, because every time you do it, you kind of reinforce your capability of self-analysis, and very often you reinforce your skill set too, right? So this, after you're at this for a while, it will enable you to make split-second decisions and get it right most of the time. Nobody gets it right all of the time, but most of the time it's going to work. So I think this is why this kind of thought experiment is actually important to me, and this is why I made a talk about it, because it might like help you, figure out maybe a method of your own to improve either your business sense, your negotiation skills. This can be used in a number of ways. So as my good friend Mike Golden said, you don't have to starve to be an artist, but you do have to suffer. And this is an amazing quote, which very closely relates to this part here, right? I did suffer a lot at this point. I did. Well, yeah. So notable examples. So working outside of your box, like working outside of your comfort zone, is like I mentioned in the beginning, is very, very, very interesting to me, because I truly believe that it broadens your horizons and it makes you think in different ways. So a good friend of ours, Pedro from Archi9, recently had a job with Ferrari, which is like a dream job, Ferrari. I mean, fucking Ferrari is your client, right? It doesn't get a lot better than this. So I talked to him like 2 days ago to ask him, like, what were you guys feeling when, fucking Ferrari approached you, right? It's crazy. And he said, like, what? At no point were we intimidated or afraid. And why is that? It's because they've worked very, very hard for long years, and they have confidence in their own skill set. They have confidence because they were self-critical about themselves for so long until they got to a point where they can, talk to Ferrari and kind of like make a split decision about if they're going to stake their reputation and everything on a job, which basically features cars, which they never did before. If you know their work, and most of you probably do, they're specialized in kind of this very like interesting and conceptual and oftentimes like competition architecture and stuff, but nothing that actually features like futuristic hybrid Ferrari cars. And working outside of your industry is a challenge, not only because of a different project brief, but because, and people who don't really go outside of their, niches often don't know this, but various industries have various ways of even communicating and talking and presenting briefs and stuff, and the things that you're used to, for example, in working with interior designers or architects, are entirely different when working with car people, or entirely different when doing like commercials for beer. Those people don't even talk the same way. They don't expect the same things. So it's not as simple as it looks, in the sense that, yeah, but it's just buildings and they added a car to it. No, trust me, it's not nearly as simple as that. Another like notable example might be the Landmark project from Beauty and the Bit, which was super interesting because they were also like an archivist company who did, whatever archivist companies do. And at one point they decided to do a short movie. They've never done a short movie before, right? So that's what happened. But they still kind of decided to do it. And it was a lot of work. It took them 6 months, I think, of, like countless extra hours and stuff like that. But they did do it. And the interesting thing that happened is that it brought them a lot of new jobs, which were entirely different than anything they actually did before, which is why I mentioned in the beginning that I think that working outside of your comfort zone is really important for you career-wise. And then, there's people like us who get, whatever the hell thrown at them, kind of take a look at it and say, yeah, sure, we can do that. Of course. One interesting story probably to illustrate this point is that the first VR project that we ever did, we said yes. And at that point, we never even touched a virtual reality headset and never, ever, even installed a game engine. But we, of course, said, yes, we can do it. And I mean, we did do it. And it ended up looking pretty fine. So there's ways to go around, almost any obstacle. Oh, yeah. So before I go to this last part, this is kind of like a meta inception kind of thing. So, how I said at least a dozen times during this talk that once you commit to something, your project or your reputation is like in quantum superposition. So you can be both professional and unprofessional until it resolves entirely. So as like a little inception moment, I think yesterday I posted that the golden rule of CG talks is that the best talks are made the day before, which kind of unnerved poor Johan here. And so I planted the seed of doubt, and then he started doubting me, at which point, the end result of this talk became in quantum superposition. So it could really be good, or it could be total shit. And thankfully, he trusts me because I do kind of have a reputation, I guess. But only at this point, at the end of this talk, will we resolve the question if it was actually good or it was total crap. But yeah, so there's some points to take home out of all of this. So like I said, working outside of your comfort zone may diversify and improve your skill set, which is of utmost importance if you want to stay alive in this business. Also, it may open up unexpected new opportunities. And as with everything, the more you do it, the better you get at various useful stuff. If you analyze your thought process, if you analyze your mistakes and what you did right and what you did wrong, you'll be better at it the next time. And the better you are at this point, at this process, at this idea of, very, very quickly figuring out what's being asked of you and what you actually need to do, you might avoid getting yourself knee deep in total shit. Trust me, it's not a good place. So your clients don't know, and they don't particularly care how you get to the end point, but the end result is what determines the outcome. The comfort zone is safe, but profit is a function of risk. As anybody who studied economics will tell you, there is no profit without risk. Getting outside of your comfort zone is a risk, but it stands to gain you a lot of profits. And yeah, in the tone of this talk and such as it was, I can thank you for observing, and you let me know how did all of this resolve. And that's it from me. I realize my camera might be breaking up.
It's okay, Chop. We still can hear you. But first of all, thank you very much. And I never, ever doubted about you.
Thank you.
No, it was really great. Especially the whole idea about not that many people talk about it actually, about how this process is going on, about when you meet a client, how you should act, because it always stands over there the first time you see someone. It depends on what you're telling them, maybe as well how you come forward. Not, and I don't mean like physical, but just that you know what you're doing actually, that they can see we trust this guy.
Yeah.
And that's important as well. So,
I think we had some questions.
Yeah, we have some questions, and the first one about the vehicles. Maybe you'll still talk about it, but how do you budget something like this? Are you working for an hourly rate? And so you also invoice your research and personal development to the client, ? Or did you agree on a price point beforehand, so your personal development is happening on your own time?
So how do you budget this, like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of how you budget this, because obviously a huge problem with budgeting the type of work which you've never done before. Right, you have no reference point.
No,
I had zero reference points into how even to approach this. So I was honest with my clients, and they were honest with me. So we kind of figure out what kind of budget they even have to kind of do this thing. Then I kind of calculated how much time I can put into it, and we met somewhere, and it's just like that. It was, but it's not easy. It's not easy, Sometimes, probably the best method for charging anything like this is to like massively overcharge it. And because if you don't know how much these things cost, but your clients are used to ordering things like this, they will tell you if you're too expensive, right? So what's the worst that can happen? They will tell you you're too expensive, at which point you'll know a bit better how prices go in this segment, right? But if you kind of overcharged, at least in your perspective, and they say yes.
Yeah.
It's all good, right? Yeah, no, I feel you.
Yeah. True. Yeah.
Nobody cares.
No, true. We have another one. When saying yes to projects outside of your comfort zone, you probably have a limit of outsideness. What you do and what you don't do. Do you have something like a 5 or 10-year plan where you can place these projects in terms of growth and learning? If so, what does it look like?
Okay, so that's actually a good question. Anybody who knows me knows that I don't have a 5-hour plan personally, right? I am entirely random, and before pay-per-view TV, I could never watch a TV show because being in front of the TV at the same time on the same day, like every week, is literally impossible for me. I'm not capable of doing anything on a regular basis. So no, I don't really have a plan. As a company, of course, so the plan is that there is no plan because we just don't want to be closed for options. You have no idea what kind of weird ass jobs might come your way, right?
Yeah.
And things can surprise you. And we've done a number of I'm sorry that I have so many more examples of stuff like this, but I can't obviously show them. But yeah, there's a lot of this stuff, right? And some of it is quite out there. And you will all know probably, I hope, in maybe half a year, maybe less. But we really did go into some kind of crazy ass directions recently.
Yeah. Okay.
But no, obviously there is no real plan to it. We just, we work as we go.
Okay, but I got more questions coming in. Did you ever really fuck up a project where you said, we can do it? If not, did you ever almost fuck up a project?
Yes. So here's the thing. I don't think we ever fucked up a project, from the client's perspective. In the end, that little point in the end where you pick, what happened, we've never let a project fuck up. Did we fuck up along the? Oh yes, yes, we did. Much like everybody.
Yeah.
Many times, especially when we were younger and less experienced. Many times we bit off a lot more than we could chew. But this same thing is responsible for who and what we are now, because we got so used to just biting off as much as we can and being confident that together we'll just figure it out.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Some more questions. What are your contingency plans in case of a massive fuck up? Something that really throws a wrench in your gears out of nowhere. How do you recover from something like that if it were to happen? Sorry.
Well, contingencies are always honesty with clients, because if something really bad happens, you are kind of responsible to, let your clients know that some things won't be possible, or you'll kind of figure out, oh, Dean came to clap at me from the door. So some things simply won't be possible. And there's no way out of it, right? So in any number of occasions when shit like this happened, we spent a ton of money, possibly even bringing our profits from the project below zero, just in order not to fuck up, right? We spared no expense. Our client doesn't have to know, a workstation dies, something dies, you just go and buy a new one like instantly. It costs like 10 times more than what you actually earned on the project.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell happens, you
doesn't matter.
quickly outsource, you pay somebody else, you get a ton of more people in, whatever is necessary. But the client should never know, that you were there. If, like I said, if it's solvable, we try to solve it without the client being any wiser about it. But if it's not solvable and things happen like that, then I think it's your kind of responsibility to honestly talk to the client and explain the situation. And for the most part, people will understand.
Yeah. Okay. You mentioned the importance of self-analysis. How do you engage in that process without deluding yourself or failing to identify particular weakness because of the inherent blind spots everybody has about themselves?
Right. So the one thing that we, as creative people cannot learn is taste, right? This is the thing that defines us.
Yeah.
Everything else is teachable. Everything else you can learn, but taste is not a thing you can learn. Ironically, taste is the thing that you probably get paid for. So all of us have, some taste, and what we do and how we do it is a reflection of this, right? But so given that, it's sometimes hard because what you produce will, for the most part, automatically reflect your tastes, and it will always kind of look good to you. So one thing I think is essential is to step back from the things you did. Stop staring at it, right?
Yeah.
Because if you work with more people in an office, you'll notice that you work on a scene for like hours and hours and hours, and somebody comes like on your side, looks at the screen, and it's like, oh, you fucked this up, like in a second. But you've been staring at it for so long that you can't really see it anymore. This is why it's very important to step back, to sleep it over. Don't look at it for a day or two.
Yeah.
And chances are that after a day or two of pause, you will come back to it and conclude it's crap. So yeah, this kind of happens all the time, and this is part of the artistic and creative growth. And also another thing that is vital to me is to have a very close circle of friends who also have tastes which I really trust in, and I trust in their honesty to tell me when I did something that looks like shit. And this is probably your best bet. Don't listen to critique from people who always say whatever you do is awesome. Like, that's worthless. Find the people who kind of dislike a lot of the stuff you do, because you'll get much better advice from them.
Yeah, true. Completely agree. Is it worth to quit a project if the client is very difficult? You find that being a viable decision?
Yes. So, people can be idiots, right? It's just a fact of the universe. And since clients are people, they can also be idiots. There are clients which are like notoriously abusive towards you, both personally and your business and stuff like that. And for those kind of people, you don't really care about your reputation with those kind of people. In the immortal words of Clive Owen, go fuck yourself and die, right?
Yeah. Okay, next question. Where is it? Okay. Seeing as going out of your comfort zone may need more of your personal time in terms of development, how do you balance your work life and personal life?
Oh,
I don't know who is asking these questions.
What is this personal life you speak of?
I don't know.
I don't understand. But no. So the thing is that anything I say, like in talks like these, I don't think it's applicable to everybody and anybody, right? We do have a unique, probably combination of skills and talents and desires and personal drive to be able to work like this. And one of my, I would dare say, talents is learning really fast. So I don't really spend that much time learning new things. My bigger problem is actually getting motivated to learn things, right? Than actually doing it. You know, I need to kind of make myself do it. But if a problem is interesting enough, that motivation comes from a very, very strong desire to solve that problem.
Okay, and then I'm gonna.
Yeah, this was a question posed by some other speakers.
Yeah,
so I'm going to
presumably.
preface that real quick so you know where it's coming from.
So, do you think a hot dog is a sandwich?
Oh, that's got to be Patrick. Yeah. No, it's most definitely not a sandwich.
Okay, if you were a hot dog and you're starving, would you eat yourself?
That's a good question. That's very quantum. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I probably would and wouldn't.
Okay, do you have a cabin in the woods?
No, I've never done one. No, shit, I'm lying. We did do. we did do it, but it's not a cabin in the woods. It's more like 2 cabins on a meadow. So it's like way, way above that level. You know?
Okay, and then the last one from Patrick, I presume. What do you think of Blender and why do you love it so much?
Oh, low blow. Yeah, I think Blender is awesome, but not for me. So I think it's super capable. I think it's very good. I think its users are obnoxious. I said that live. That's awesome. Yeah, I really do. It's like super tiresome to listen to that crap, but it's still great software. It's progressing rapidly, and it's amazing to see, you know, what kind of things they do. But for me, I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
I tried it. So I try it again like every few months, and I open it up and I just uninstall it. It's unusable for me. There's something about it, and I can't point my finger at what exactly it is.
Yeah.
But there's something about that workflow, about that interface, which simply doesn't sit with me. And it might be because I first started using 3D Studio when I was 11. So it's
in your brain. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like literally in my DNA. So it's very hard for me to kind of just accept, you know, a completely different paradigm. However much better it might be, but it's just really hard for me, and I gotta say that I don't like it.
No.
Which doesn't
That's
mean
fair.
it's bad, right? I do think it's awesome.
Yeah, no. But anyway, I think we can round up over here. I don't see any more questions coming up. But first of all, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, man, it's been awesome having you here.
Yeah.
I think it's time to start announcing some winners for our competition.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, lucky people.
Yes. So yeah, again, thanks for joining us with your talk. It was great.
Thank you. I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Yeah, we got a lot of feedback from people that are eager to rewatch it because they said it was a lot of information, but they thought it was really interesting. So that's definitely good. Yeah, great talk, great answers. Everybody's really, really into it. So awesome.
Yeah. Okay. And hopefully we can see you in real life very soon.
Oh,
that would
man.
be great. You're done. Nice. All right, so let's move on right before our lunch break. I'm just gonna have a quick look at our tech people that I'm getting the okay to announce some winners here. So we have 3 competitions still running for the Wacom Cintiq, the Corona and V-Ray licenses, and the 1 terabyte SSD. So that's still open until 5 p.m. Central European time. So make sure if you still want a chance to win those, that you check it out. But now we're actually going to announce the other 3 prizes, and we have a whole bunch of winners. So let's see, I'm going to start with the Flip Normals competition. So we had 5 people that were able to win one of their exclusive courses or something like that. I think, before I announce everybody, you'll probably be getting an email from us in the next couple days, sometime next week. So don't worry if we don't immediately contact you. We need some time to figure everything out and get in contact with the sponsors to make sure that everything is set up properly. But we can already announce who has won, so that's awesome. So for the Flip Normals, we've got 5 winners, and I apologize in advance for all the names I'm going to butcher absolutely horribly. But the Flip Normals prize winners are Petter Vetne from Oslo, Norway.
Hooray!
Dan de Bruin from Ter Aar in the Netherlands. Milena Novak from Vienna, Austria. Shah Nawaz from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and Tushar Ryan from Ranchi, India. So we got people from all over the world winning. That's really, really cool. So congratulations to those winners. That's really awesome. And then for the next one, we have the Pulse.io render management software bundle. And that one is going to go to Joshua Newman from London, UK. So congratulations, Joshua.
Congrats.
Yes, and then as a final one, we have the Cine software 3ds Max plugin bundle. And that is going to go to Oleg Stathopoulosum. I hope that was anywhere near it, from Islington, UK. But yeah, we'll be contacting you guys, all the winners, in the coming week or so. So keep an eye on your emails, and we'll make sure that all your prizes get to you as soon as possible.
Indeed.
So yeah, I want to again thank our sponsors before we go to our lunch break.
Yep.
They've been really awesome, just enabling us to give away some cool stuff. So again, congratulations to all the winners. Remember that for ArtStation, they still have a promo code running.
It's valid till 2nd of April, and the promo code is DAC-2021.
Yes.
I think you have to go to their page and then promo, if I'm not mistaken. And this is valid for all of you guys out there, but as long as you didn't have any professional thing before.
Yeah, it's like a first-time pro account. You can get 2 months for free.
That's it.
I think we have the link up on the website. So if you just go to dac-ant.com, you'll go down there, and there's a link on that button there where you can put it in.
And then we are ready for the lunch break.
Yes.
I think. We will be back around 3 o'clock.
Yeah, 3 o'clock Central European time.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a bit of a lunch break here. I suggest everybody does the same. We'll keep our eye on the chat as well if people still have questions or if anything's up. But yeah, with that said, I think we're good to go. So we'll see you after lunch. Thank you, everybody, for joining so far, and we'll see you in a few hours.
Yeah, bye.
Awesome. Bye. Ja, of nee. Hoebedoebedoe. And welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the people that have joined in the meantime as well. So let's get ready to kick off this second half. Just in case there are people that missed the first half, the talks will be released at a later date. But for now, yeah, we're doing everything live. So let's see, there's a couple of things I need to go through before we jump into the next talk with Sava. So the first half of our competition has already ended. If you'd like to have a chance to enter in the second half of the competition for a Wacom Cintiq 22-inch drawing tablet, some Corona Render or V-Ray Render licenses, or a 1 terabyte SSD, then make sure you do so before 5 p.m. We'll be cutting off the competition at 5 p.m. and that gives us time to announce the winners after the last speaker around 6-ish. Yeah, if you haven't joined our Discord server yet, be sure to do so, because we want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to ask questions as well for our speakers. And as a final thing, yes, one of our sponsors, ArtStation, also has a promo code running that you could use on their website for 2 free months of ArtStation Pro. Be sure to check that out on our website for all the details. This is valid until April 2nd. So with that said, I think that's all the admin done. I'll leave it over to you. Yeah.
Then we can go back to the most important thing about our conference. These are the presenters. And next we have a guy from Belgrade, awesome guy. His name is Zava Zivkovic. And Zava, you're on. Hello.
Hey hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah, doing good. That was like almost perfect pronunciation of my last name.
Really? Did I?
For a non-Slavic person, that was rather impressive. Thank you.
You're welcome. No, but it's all yours, the screen. So you can start.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Hey guys, I'm not sure if I guess my screen share is already on, so we'll be able to see me later, potentially. So yeah, welcome to this process deconstructed talk. I do have to apologize in advance. I am going to be rather speedy about this because time is not on my side. I was kind of ambitious with trying to fit in a lot of the stuff in this talk. So I'm just going to dive right in, and we're going to talk today about the kind of detailed breakdown and the process behind the making of my short film Freight. I'm going to assume, even though I shouldn't, I'm going to assume that people watching this presentation have seen the short film, so I'm not going to be playing it. But all of this stuff is available online on my Vimeo channel, so you can watch that at a later date. So we're just going to jump in. So let me see if this is working. So just a little bit about myself. So my name is Sava Zivkovic. I'm a director from Belgrade. My background is basically CG generalist, but before that I studied interior design and furniture design. I transitioned into 3D, doing a bunch of art viz and motion design, and then over the years I've kind of combined that and started developing my own kind of short films and just really kind of got stuck into the kind of creative process behind making short films. And I've done a couple which were kind of mixed between ArcViz/motion design, but then I've gone a lot further in the CGI aspect of it and created a full-blown, like, full CGI short films, like seen here on screen. Most of these were kind of tied to and used as title sequences for a lot of the art festivals over the world. One of the last ones being Playgrounds Berlin in 2019, which seems like ages ago at this point. But early on in my kind of exploration of personal work, I've gotten involved with Access Studios, which is a company based out of UK, where we make all sorts of awesome AAA game cinematics and even like VFX for feature films and TV series. So I work with Access as a director for, well, since 2017 at this point. And over the course of time, I've directed a couple of Destiny 2 cinematics, Outriders and Gears of War 5, as well as some of the new stuff coming down the line, which has been in the works in the last couple of years. Hopefully we'll be able to share that soon. But today we're going to be talking about Freight, which is one of my personal short films that I've directed/produced with my small team of friends and collaborators. Yeah, we're going to be taking a deep dive into how we made it. So just going to jump over this slide because this is basically the film. And I'm again, apologies for rushing through this, but hopefully you would have seen it already. And if not, you can always catch it later on. So about the origin of the project. So like ever since we started doing these short films in order of kind of expanding our, I guess, like both artistic and technical kind of tool sets. We've always done them for ourselves as personal like short films, but with Freight, this actually started as a client project where we were contacted by a startup company who's developing a real-time path tracing render engine for Unreal. And the only mandate that they had for us is literally just we had to use their render engine. Everything else was completely open creative brief where we could create anything we wanted. And it was sort of at a perfect time, like this film still to this day kind of represents a perfect amalgamation of kind of years of work that happened before that and like experience in crafting personal films, but also experience with working with larger studios like Access and kind of diving into that side of like the pipeline and creation process. So it was kind of a perfect opportunity to try and test that with our next kind of actual kind of client project where we had the creative freedom from. So we immediately started writing the story for the project. It's one of those kind of dream projects where you get to do what you want, but also get paid for it, which sounded too good to be true when it was, spoiler alert. But basically, when I say we, I mean my two core creative partners, partners. Jesus, I sound like a company already. So Milan Nikolic, who's an amazing concept artist and art director, and Is Femira or Nebo Shayej, or whichever way you want to call him, who is a composer. And every time we start writing these stories, it's always the three of us. We get together and we start kind of talking about basically our lives and what was kind of current, because like that's something that we always try to infuse as much of kind of our own personal experiences or some sort of metaphors in these packaged up kind of sci-fi work. And this is going to be like, I'm not going to dive too deep into the story side of Freight because that will be kind of explaining what it actually was about. Is kind of defeating the purpose of the film. You kind of have to experience it for yourself. But just as an example, like with some of our previous work, like IFCC, we were at that time in our lives, like we were stuck in the very kind of mundane, like doing client work and not being very happy with where we were creatively. So we wanted to really like reach out and do something that we've never done before, push for some more cinematic stuff. And we wanted to, like, we made a huge risk basically by not accepting client work and like going out and making this film. And it was a complete unknown for us. It was kind of this search for our own creativity. And that's basically what the story of IFCC was. It was a story about the guy who goes out on a journey to find his inner creativity, which he does at the end. He finds it at the very place where he started off, like alluding to maybe the fact that he's had it all along, but he absolutely had to go on this journey to be able to find it. And it was something that I feel like that was kind of one of the reasons where I feel it resonated with people, because it is, especially within the artist community, because it is a very relatable story that most of us go through. But it was packaged up in this kind of, I hope, unique looking kind of visuals. So with Freight, though, that was a couple of years later. Freight is already 2 years old at this point, but it was some years later than when we made IFCC. We were a bit older, a little bit less optimistic, for example. But and all three of us were going through a lot of like harder times in our lives and dealing with different issues. And that's something that was kind of constantly, as we were talking about the story and the metaphors we wanted to use in this film, that was constantly something that kept popping up, is that this feeling of weight, which really became a synopsis for our story, which was Freight, a story of weight within us. So that once that was set, basically, once you have like an outline and an idea of what the story is, the actual writing bit happens like fairly quickly. And we had that idea within like literally like the first couple of hours of like just chilling together and having some beer. So immediately we went into, because this is like still in the pre-production stage when we were pitching the whole project to this potential client. I was, at that point, I was kind of obsessed with the way you pitch things, especially with my work at Axis. There's so many different ways you can pitch this kind of projects. But being that I'm like a CG artist myself, and I have a small team of friends that we can do a lot of the things ourselves, we really wanted to push this pitch as much as possible and basically like be done with the whole pre-production part of it, which would greenlight the project much sooner, as we hoped. So with the concept art, I'm just going to play some footage there and talk over it. So my buddy Milan, I mean, we've known each other for years. We're kind of lifelong friends at this point, and we know exactly what we want, and we work incredibly well together. There's no point in me kind of trying to direct Milan. Like, Milan knows what he's doing. He's best at his work when he's left alone and he just delivers his stuff. The only input that I would give from a director's perspective at this stage would be just on basically based on the story level, what kind of a physique we're looking for our main character, just based on what the story requires. But the actual shape forms and the design language, that's something that's completely left up to Milan at this point. And what's amazing about this whole experience with kind of the pitch material that we created is Milan designs in 3D oftentimes. He designs in ZBrush and what's the other one? Slipped my mind, but 3D Code, yeah. That provides us with a lot of unique uses for the stuff that he creates. So he starts off with ZBrush. He creates this kind of, he calls it rough, but it's a fairly advanced concept sculpt, and he creates that within a day or two. And then he takes it on into Photoshop and does the overpaints, does all the material calls, all the kind of the color key moments. Basically what that allows me, because we were basically working in parallel here. A lot of the stuff that I'm going to be showing you today is happening in parallel. So while he's working on the design, I'm at the same time working on the previs, which we're going to come to later. But with his concept design, he did this with both the characters and the environment assets and everything else. Because it's in 3D, there's a lot more uses of it later down the pipeline, and I'm going to be going through that next. So this is like the 3D base sculpt and then the finished concept art turnaround. So with the previs, while Milan is doing that, I'm starting to work on the previs on my end. And just to rough out my process, for this. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you see the basic outline of the story. And then on the right is me writing down all the shots that I see in my head. So literally, I've been reading the story. And as I'm reading the story, this is before I ever open 3D, I would write down shots as I see them, describing what's happening in the shot as I'm reading the story. And that's my basic blueprint before I even open 3D. So I have a plan in place, and that's my first edit that happens on a piece of paper and in my head before I even start making shots and editing. So the first pass of previs is literally that. It's literally replicating all the shots that I've called out on that shot list. And it's literally sticking to it 100%, not changing anything because I just want to get that first pass out. There's going to be room later on for improvements and for adding additional shots in the mix. But for the first pass, it's important to get that out as a first complete pass. Because like straight away in the edit, when you start editing these shots together, you'll see everything that's wrong with it, everything that's wrong with the pacing, everything that's wrong with the shot choices, literally everything about it you'll see, and you'll know what to do next. So then for the second pass, you go in, you refine the look of it if you want, but you mostly should be focusing on refining the shots and the kind of the editing around the whole thing. As you see, like the previs is looking super rough. It's just basic like gray boxes and stuff, and some models that I have from previous projects, or like some quick stuff that I had. Because it's not really, you shouldn't really be spending any time in trying to make the previs look pretty, even though that's, see this change now, this is the second pass of the previs where I actually did make it look a little pretty, where I've did some lighting and texturing and stuff just to kind of better convey what's happening and get a better sense of the space. But you're going to be redoing all this work later anyway. You're going to be modeling and texturing and making everything look pretty at a later date. What you really should be focusing in the previous stage is just constructing your story and constructing your film in the most efficient manner possible. This is, and I cannot emphasize this enough, this is the most important part of your crafting your short film. This is where your short film is made. This is where you're going to be making all of your creative decisions, even when it comes down to like color, which obviously can change later. But even here you can see this is very representative of what's happening in the final edit. So this here on the screen, the character change now, this is the third pass of the previs, and that's like one of the uses of working with a concept artist that knows 3D. He can export like a very rough version of a 3D character that I can use in the previs, and that's insanely helpful because you're working with the final design. Even though it's not a final asset, you're working with the final design, and it helps with shot composition immensely just to have that. Again, like animation is rough as hell here. Like you can see, this is like just the worst thing ever. But it's the previs. That's the point of it. This is the sketch part of it. So as long as you've focused on the main part, like you're gonna be like everything that happens down the line is pure production, and all of that stuff is really easy, which is kind of a catch-22 in some way, because like you're spending maybe a week or two creating the previs, but then you're spending like 5 months making everything look nice, which is kind of I don't know. It's just a weird kind of timing thing that happens with animation, but that's how it works. So this here is just a quick look at the edit or the edits version and kind of how that evolved. You'll see here that there's a ton of like music and sound layers, and that's like again at the very starting stage when you're doing the first edit, the first previs pass. I think it's super important, and people neglect this oftentimes, is you have to work on the sound edit as well. Even though it's purely temporary, it's completely going to be replaced later on. Much like the visual side of things, you're going to remake everything. You're going to have, hopefully, a sound team that's gonna do this properly. But music and sound is literally like it's more than the visuals and the kind of the film viewing experience. It's 52% of the film viewing experience. And if you're not using it early on for your previs, for your kind of it's just such an incredible storytelling tool that if you're not using it, you're missing out immensely. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna yabber out on there. Just a quick comparison. This is like some of the, again, top left is the first pass previs, top right is the second or third pass previs. Bottom left is the raw mocap data that we got from the shoot, and then bottom right is final animation with rendering and compositing. And you can see like it's basically the same thing. Like it's just like polished all the way through the end. But it's the intent behind the shot is exactly the same. And that's what's the most important thing. Like you need to be able to kind of visualize this stuff early on and kind of plan things out, because this, like I could have just left it at this. It's basically the same thing as this. This is just helping a little bit kind of like convey what the idea of this is and the idea of the space. But again, the intention of the shot stays the same. And if you've done your work correct, the rest of it, even though it requires a lot of time to finish, it's super easy to finish, I should say. Well, I mean, easy. Nothing's easy in animation, but it is easier because you know what you're doing. The third kind of important thing, again, with working with concept artists that know 3D, is you can use the same concept sculpt for some early look development. So remember, this is all still pre-production. This is all what I'm showing here is like the first week worth of work of creating Freight. This is like one of the raw renders with Octane that was done with Milan's concept sculpt. And again, it's not the final asset, but the concept sculpt has a lot of detail in it, and it's more than enough to do these keyframe tests and kind of look dev tests of what this could look like. This is the same thing with the Milan kind of painting over and kind of exploring different color schemes. More kind of Octane tests. I'm gonna let you guess which render engine this is, but this is, I was trying out basically the V-Ray, Redshift and Octane at the time just to see which one would give me the best result. This was on V-Ray. And at the time, Redshift was just like completely blew the two out of the water, specifically for this project's needs, which involved a lot of fog and a lot of kind of art-directed lighting. So it just like in terms of like quality versus speed ratio, it was just a clear-cut choice to use Redshift on that. And I've actually never looked back ever since. So this probably like represents, like this slide probably represents basically the first week's worth of work. We did overwork, but this is probably the most proud section of this project that I am because in the first week, just between Milan and myself, we were able to have a finished character sheet completely with the final character design, a 3D concept sculpt of the character, some look dev renders that showcased what this world could feel and look like. And then we had a finished 3D previs that had like the temp score and temp sound to it that completely conveyed the story. So that's something that I've never been able to replicate ever since because it was just such a perfect amalgamation of us being invested in the story. And when we presented this to the client, like they loved it, but unfortunately, due to whatever unforeseen circumstances, they couldn't go ahead with the project. And that left us in a very, very kind of peculiar situation because we had a concept and a story that was completely developed and it was ready to go into production, but with no client funding to actually make it. And on top of that, we created a story that really, really spoke to us on a personal level, and it was more than a client project for us. So this is not something that you just abandon and that you just kind of leave up to chance. So we just, in a final act of defiance, because we still owned the IP, we just decided to bite the bullet and self-fund and self-produce the project. So moving on, again, a lot of the things that I'm going to be showing here are happening in parallel. Motion capture actually came after the asset modeling, but that's just how I structured it for whatever reason. So with motion capture, I'm working with this amazing company from Belgrade called DAC-ANT, and I worked with them on pretty much every single short film that I've done, personal short film. And they're just the best group of people. And like the motion capture itself, like it's so liberating in terms of actually working with actors and actually kind of coming up with the look and the feel of the performance in the film. So a little bit of a prep thing that I think might be interesting to people is when you have the previs, you know essentially what you're going to be shooting. So what your next steps are to look at the previs, look at the character's actions and what the character is going to be doing, and then split that up in the action chunks. So for example, because this is motion capture and you can add your 3D cameras later on and make as many shots as you need, it doesn't make sense to shoot it as a film where you're going to be shooting it on a per shot basis. Instead, we're shooting on a per action basis. So if you remember the short film, the first action of the film is a character lays on the ground, he stands up slowly, looks up at the hole from where he dropped, apparently, turns around and looks towards the case and starts walking towards the case. That's a single action, that's a single take of mocap, but then later on you can decide however many ways you can kind of shoot that from many different angles, but it just makes sense to capture that action as a single thing. You would be breaking up actions based off of the length and off of the complexity, but basically once you've done that, you would meet up with the actor and you would kind of rehearse all of the actions and all of the performances beforehand, like a couple of days before the shoot, to really, really get the feel for what you're trying to capture. just so when it happens on the day, we know exactly what we're doing, we know exactly what we're capturing, and everything runs as smooth as it can. And we have time to actually experiment, and we have some time to actually have fun, because as you've seen, controlling the character live is pretty amazing, to be honest. That is, by the way, or Nebosha, or however you want to call him, that's our composer for the film, but he was also performing our character there and also performing our character in the IFCC. And that was something like when we started IFCC, we didn't really have any access to actors and stuff like that, so we just had to do it ourselves. But something really struck me about is this kind of body language, and it felt really like it felt right for what we needed for the performance. But basically, again, it's similar with like working with actors. It's similar to working with concept artists. I mean, if they're the right fit for the role, if they're cast right, you don't want to be overbearing and over kind of over directing. The only thing you need to provide is some context for what we're doing at the moment, and then like let them be in their playground basically. And I found that some of the best performances that we captured from the whole experience was just when Iz was able to do whatever he wanted. So when that is done, when your mocap is done, you get to one of the most fun aspects of it. You get what's called a live solve, which is what you saw on the screen before when he was live performing. The live solve data is like pretty decent, but it's not final animation. There's going to be weird pops, and there's going to be like collisions, and the fingers aren't tracked. But you get that live solve immediately. Then based off of the live solve, you would get it in the edit, you would work on your cameras, and you would refine the edit. And you would basically mark up the frame ranges, that's the stuff that you see in the bottom left, of individual takes and what selection of frame ranges you're using. And then you would get that back to the mocap company, who would then solve the data for clean animation and even do some keyframe animation on top to clean things up a little bit more. But this part of the process is incredibly fun for me, because this is where you actually start to get work with cameras, because you have a semblance of final character performance, and you can really compose shots, and you can really focus on composing shots and really focus in on your cinematography. And out of the whole process of creating short films, like this would be one of my favorite hats I get to put on, of director of photography, if that was a thing in CG. But I just immensely enjoyed doing that, and working with cameras, working with lighting, and just everything about working with cameras is just so kind of near and dear to me. It's part of my bread and butter of my process. One of the rules that I always use is like one of my pet peeves with CG is because you're in this infinite 3D space, you can do anything you want with the cameras, and just because you can do anything you want with the cameras doesn't mean you really should. Like that's the thing where I feel a lot of CG breaks down, even though it might be beautifully and photorealistically done. I feel you're kind of losing the interest of the audience because the camera is doing such a weird move and such a fast move that you wouldn't get that necessarily in real life. So some of the rules that I impose on myself whenever I work with cameras is trying to treat the camera work as I'm being there with a very small amount of crew and a very limited gear. So we're only using tripods, we're only using just simple tilts and pans, and we're always using just like limited kind of handheld camera moves. And I think by limiting that, you're grounding your animation in a little bit of reality, that it feels a little bit more real. Not necessarily, I was never after like pure photorealism, especially since I can't produce it by myself. I need huge companies for that. But just in terms of like feeling like you're there with the character, if you pay attention to these little things, how you approach, it goes really with everything in CG, but I found it really helps with how you kind of perceive the final piece. So jumping a little bit back and forth, assets. So this is just a little bit of a process of how it was made. Another amazing use of, again, having a concept artist that does 3D is Antonio Esparza, who is our character artist in the show. And he modeled, sculpted, and textured the final character. But we were able to use Milan's concept sculpt. So all the gray stuff that you see, that's the concept sculpt. and Antonio was able to retopologize it, and that was, I think, like that saved so much time, because like that's one of the most painstaking parts about creating characters, is that kind of base topology, and especially when the design is so unique in the kind of the visual language and shape language, it's kind of like it's really hard to get it right. But when your concept designer actually uses 3D, it just makes it so much easier to retopologize that and make it as close to the concept as possible. So after that was done, it's just like sculpting and texturing in Substance Painter. I mean, this is Antonio working his magic on the character, and Antonio is amazing. I mean, he's my Spanish brother. I don't know if he's watching or not. He was there a minute ago, but we've been sort of inseparable ever since, and we've done a lot of cool stuff together that I can't wait to show. A quick shout out to Bunker, which is a local VFX studio that helped us out with the rigging of the character. And then this is a little bit of a process again of my buddy Mihailo Radošević, who helped us out by modeling some of the other assets in the film, like the character's case and the wall machine. Again, similar to Antonio, we still had 3D concepts for this from Milan, which made it super easier to kind of model. A quick shout out to both of them. Both Milan and Mihailo have their Learn Squared courses. So just to plug this in, if you're interested in character design or asset modeling for production, those would be the two that I would recommend. And then lastly, it was down to the environments. And this was left on my plate. I had to make all of the environments for the film. And for a 5-minute film, there's a lot of shots there and there's a lot of environments. And I had to kind of adapt a more kind of modular kit bash sort of approach. So we did the same thing. Again, Milan designed the environment pieces individually, and then he was able to send it to me. I could sculpt them in ZBrush. I could retopologize them, texture them in Substance Painter. And I think I made around like 15 or something environment pieces, individual environment pieces. But all of the shots in the film, all the environments in the film are completely constructed out of those 15 pieces, which made it so much easier and production friendly, because this thing can take quite a bit of time. And if you're the only person who's doing the environments, it can really take a toll on the production. And it also provided us with a lot of creativity with the way we kind of constructed the environments and the way we were able to kind of block them out. A lot of that came from the story, because the story was happening at this kind of ambiguous sci-fi cave. This approach worked for that, but I can't really, it's kind of a specific approach to what we were doing. I can't see this working for every bit of film that you have to do. So yeah, these are just a couple of pieces that made up the entire film's environment, basically. With lighting, I'm probably not gonna talk too much about this. I'm already running low on time. But again, with Redshift, my pet peeve is the live viewer. Even though it's an amazing render engine, the live viewer is a little bit sluggish at times. But it's still it's an incredibly stable production tool, and I've never go back ever since. But again, like with lighting, it's a similar approach as with kind of the camera work. I like to ground things and not overlight things and kind of leave it mostly to shadow, because I guess I'm generally drawn more to like darker cinematography. But I think that's what one of the more important elements, which brings out the mood in a piece, where in a way it's a limitation, because we can't model this crazy looking environment that has all of the detail in. So by hiding a lot of the detail in, it works for production purposes, but also like it kind of serves the story a little bit more, because in a way you're kind of leaving it up to the audience to fill in the gaps and not showing everything. And that's something that I always kind of appreciated about that type of cinematography. I'm just gonna jump over. I'm not sure if there's anything. Oh yeah. So one of the, again, more important things in animation is the color scripts. So this is, again, an amazing use of a concept artist. If you have access to concept artists or art directors when you work on projects. So on the left is like one of my early pass of renders for every shot. And then on the right are those same shots passed through by Milan, where he did overpaints on top and defined the lighting and the look. a little bit more. And that's really the fastest way of doing this, because with 3D, when you're the sole person that has to light more than 50 shots, like we did this for basically every shot in the thing, if you have to do this by hand, by yourself, all in 3D, that can take like a lot of time to do. Whereas you do just the first pass, you export them in a board fashion, like to your concept artist or an art director, and he can do it in a 2D fashion, where he can define the lighting and like contextualize everything a little bit more. It's so much faster to work like that, because immediately like you can just try things out in 2D, and then you have again a very clear roadmap of what you need to do back in 3D to get the shots to look like the original designs. So again, like some of these are like fairly similar, but on some of these, like the lighting is very much accentuated more in what Milan did. It was again one of the aspects of production that I learned from Axis. Really, like it's not something that honestly I knew beforehand. So it's one of those kind of, you learn a little bit on your personal films, which you apply to your client work, but then you learn a whole lot on your client work, which then you apply on your personal films. There was a point I was going to make here about rendering, which is why it says why we have this image on, but I'm gonna skip that. Briefly about compositing, I do all of my compositing stuff in After Effects. It still works wonders for me and for my personal needs. It's very basic what I do in terms of render passes. It's just like a couple of like cryptomat passes and like a Z-depth pass for compositing stuff in Z-depth. I export a bunch of trackers and a camera from 3D, so I can have everything perfectly tracked in. And then it's just compositing a bunch of stock footage to make the image feel more alive. Specifically, again, the needs of this were it needed to feel a little bit alien. And it's just a lot of color grading and color correction that happens on top of the frame to really bring in the look that I'm after. I leave a lot to comp in this. Like I intentionally light and render out my shots a little bit brighter just so I can preserve the details. And then in comp, I do most of the love to them. So it's kind of the final look is achieved in comp versus being baked in 3D. Yeah, you have to do this for every single shot, and it can take a while. But this is like one of the more fun parts of the production for me. Like comp is like usually always fun, but it's fun, again, it's fun when you do it for like the first 2 or 3 shots, and then you realize, oh fuck, I have to do it for like 47 more. So it kind of, you know, that's the part of it where I'm like, all right, the CG artist in me still appreciates these things, but really like the most fun, again, going back to the beginning of the talk, is the creative part. Really, like that's where all the filmmaking happens. So that's where kind of where all my current kind of passions lie, I'd say. Briefly again, for the end, we're nearing the end. I'm mindful of the time, but so with the music, again, just to try to hammer this fact like home, it's really like, especially in purely visually driven films, music is one of your most important tools as storytelling tools, basically. It really is like nothing really, no matter how good images are, when you're talking about the final experience of watching a film, nothing conveys emotion just like music does. And if you're spending all of this time like developing your visuals and developing the look of your film and like doing all the CG stuff, and you're treating music as an afterthought, as being like, oh, this is something that's gonna just come in post, I feel that's you're doing it wrong in that way. We always, whenever we do films, like this is just a segment that we recorded for the making of, but we had these talks all throughout making of Freight. It's not something that we talk at the end. It's something that we start off at the beginning, and we keep talking about like the choices with the music, the choices of the instrument. What does that sound, look, and feel like, or kind of how does it connect to the story, and how does that emphasize a story beat, and all of that stuff is just incredibly important. And it really is, in my experience, like you try to watch any of the short films that I've done, try to watch them without music or with different music, it just doesn't land the same. It's like in this particular example, I'm just gonna give you a little bit of an example of those talks. So it was basically what it came up with was to use 2 different themes for the piece. So there was a theme of the character, and there was a theme of the payload that he's carrying with his case, within his case. And those 2 themes are always, throughout the film, they're always at odds with each other, and they're always trying to silence one another. And you can see like what prevails in the end. But again, like that's all connected with the visual side of things. The theme of the artifact is connected to the color of the artifact. Every time we see red, we hear that theme, and it's like all of that stuff is like specifically designed. And when you see a short film like this, that stuff doesn't happen by accident. It's all meticulously planned for and kind of specifically designed to evoke a certain kind of emotion. And if you do it right, like you can achieve a lot of implied story without like ever uttering a single word, and just kind of relying on your visuals and music, which to me is really like it's at the core of filmmaking. Like it's just you using visuals and images to convey stories, which is I think it's kind of the basic part of filmmaking. Again, a quick shout out to Echoic at the end, an amazing sound design studio from UK that helped us out by crafting all the sound design for the film. So huge thanks, guys. So that's the whole process, and you're finally done. You're ready. You've finished the film. But it's not really done until you've published it and until you've put it out in the world. And that's something, again, a lot of people think of as an afterthought. You just finish a film, you immediately put it out, and you kind of share it a couple of times, or people share it around. But you're kind of missing, again, if you're working on something like this for 5 months, you really want it to, it's like, I guess giving birth. I don't know how that's like, but it's like your child, and you want to, like, you brought it into the world, but now you need to support it and give it some life. So I'm gonna refer you to, for the first things first, there's an amazing article. It's an old article at this point, it's like from 2014, but it's an article in the Short of the Week, and it has a lot of the information of how you can go about planning the launch of your short film that I stick to absolutely like religiously at this point. But the preparation for launching something like this can take, I think for Freight, like the preparation for launching took us maybe like 2 weeks or even maybe more. Like it's a lot of work to get everything ready and to get the most out of your launch. A lot of the things that I do is I basically write out everything in advance. Every single social media post, every single kind of blog, email post that I'm gonna make, I write out in advance so that when the time comes, everything can go out at once and create this kind of the biggest snowball that it can. This right now is just a big Word document of the entire breakdown on Behance. I always do a big breakdown project launches on Behance as well. And I think by doing this, you can provide 2 things. Like you can provide a breakdown project, a lot of the images and how we kind of made it, and you can do a breakdown video as well. And then by doing that and by publishing everything at once, people can watch the film. They see immediately links to how the film was made, either in video or Behance form. They go watch that. Everything is interlinked, so you're getting kind of more views. And now that people have seen how it was made, maybe a percentage of them will go back to watch it again with the newfound knowledge of how it was made. So it's just kind of an interesting thing to kind of, to certain people that want to see more. I always find myself, whenever I'm watching something that blows me away, I'm like, oh, I want to see how that's made. And if there's nothing there, I kind of get a little bit, not disappointed, but like I crave for more information. And this just provides a little bit more value for people who want to follow up on how things were done. And again, can lead to repeated views. And then as a very last thing, I do as a cherry on the top for myself, I make the posters for the film, which I always make available for free. And they're up on the Behance if anybody wants to grab them. But that's like, again, providing additional value for the viewer where they actually can kind of have a little bit of a thing from the film physically if they even want. So yeah, that's the big story of how this thing was made. A little bit of a flex at the end, like this film was my first staff pick on Vimeo. We also partnered up with Dust on YouTube, which is a sci-fi channel, and streaming platform. And on Dust, it did incredibly well. I think at this point it has over 1.5 million views or something like that, which is still insane to me. And this is the first time we've entered film festivals with this film, and most notably, we made the Holy Shorts Film Festival in Los Angeles, which was kind of amazing, to be frank. And now you're done. Now you've done whatever you could to support this thing you've worked on and the thing that you poured your life into for the last 5 months, and you can finally kind of exhale and chill. So yeah, this is I had like a bit of a process video at the end, but this is up on Vimeo if you want to watch like a bit of a recap of how everything was made. So that's pretty much it. I know I ran over, but I hope that was informative and fun. And yeah, thank you. You can always, if for the plugs at the end, if you want to get in touch or anything, this is all my social and all my contact information. So you can take a print screen of this and get in touch at any time.
Thank you, Zava. What an amazing presentation. Wow. So inspiring as well.
Thanks.
But I'm never going to start with it. I have to be honest.
I feel so lazy now watching that.
I've got my own project, so. No. Thank you very much. I will see. There are some questions. How long did it take to complete, actually, in a time frame then?
It was 5 months from start to finish.
Wow.
5 months, almost to a day, and that was actually like 5 months of full-time work, basically, on it. So that's the. Okay. Let me just see if I can. Can I stop the sharing thing? Yeah.
Yeah, it stopped already.
Cool. So that was 5 months from start to finish, and that's one of the things that. I mean, we've been talking about this in like the chat off to the side, but that's one of the because that's the fairly kind of big question that I get at times is like, how do you find time to do this? Because this is, it's a bit of an undertaking, both like time-wise, but also financially-wise, because like a lot of the stuff that are done for free, but also like a lot of the stuff you have to pay for, whether by your time or actually pay for stuff like motion capture in this case. Mm-hmm. I am in a very, very lucky position where I work with Access remotely, and I work on a freelance basis. And I live in Belgrade, so I can basically take a couple of projects, and then at times when I feel the itch to make something myself, I can take some time off and be able to support myself for taking that time off. And that's obviously a huge luxury that a lot of people don't have. But that's not how I started. Like whenever all the previous personal stuff that we've done, that was done, just in off hours while still working for clients. So you can definitely do that. But nowadays, where I do have this luxury, I most definitely make use of it, because by focusing 100% on it, it just guarantees better results. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we've got another question. What would you do differently when you look back at the project? What did you learn on the project? What was most wow?
So that's a good question. So I think it's a weird one. Like when you look back at some of the work, you always have something that you would have done differently. I think creatively, I wouldn't do anything differently. Like that was the story that we wanted to tell, and like we basically told it exactly the way I wanted it. So on that side, I'm like, this is one of the rare projects where I'm actually happy with the results. And even looking back at it now, 2 years ago, I wouldn't change anything. But that's not to say that I wouldn't change anything about the approach, or I wouldn't change anything about the mindset, or I wouldn't change anything about the workflow. So there's a lot of things that I've learned. It's the same as, again, like we've learned about the color scripts, and like obviously, like the more passes you do with the lighting, the more consistent and coherent it's going to look like, and the more polished it's going to look like. But you're always constrained by time there. And it was the same with animation. Like you can get a pretty decent performance just out of using mocap, and you can get some additional animation on top to clean that up. But it's really the same thing with animation. Like you do want to get those additional passes in and additional work done on them to make them to really just accentuate specific performances. So that's an approach where I would probably change in the future, is how we kind of tackle specific kind of animation requirements. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the things is learned on this one. I think animation probably being one of the biggest ones, and yeah.
Yeah. And then we've got one more question by Jan. When did you figure out the ability to clone yourself? And can I rent a machine, please? And he can pay in Ethereum.
When I figured it out, Jan, I'll let you know. Yeah, I mean, it's really all about, like, I think, like, we're all, well, not all of us, but I mean, I've been freelance like ever since I can begin, like ever since I begun working in this industry, and it's a lot of that has to do with kind of building up a team around you and building up like a collective around you of people who are kind of share the same passions about the things that you do. So it's kind of like feeding off of each other's energy. And like that's like, to me, that's like for the longest time that's been Milan and is for me. And like it's just like every single time we start talking about it, like it's immediate kind of like, oh shit, we have to make something. And that list grows, like that list grows over the years. I mean, Antonio is like one of the like closest collaborators that I have these days. And like it's easier to get excited about things where it's not just you by yourself, where you can kind of like, you're always limited by the amount of stuff that you can do. But when, for example, talking to Antonio, like seeing what he does, he makes a character that he just made for the fuck of it. But then like it kicks the idea in my head, like, oh shit, maybe we can do something like this with the character. And then maybe that kicks another idea in his head. That's basically, I mean, that's also how Freight kind of came about. I mean, Milan did a concept piece that didn't have anything to do with the character in the film, but he did a concept piece a while back that really inspired us to create the story. Like a lot of that, I think that's, like that's the value of working with a team, because it's a lot of the time, like you're like for the people that maybe don't know me or don't know my work, you're sitting there and kind of watching me talk about all of this, thinking that I did all of this myself, which is not true.
No.
You're always, like, you're only as strong as your team, and filmmaking is such a collaborative effort that you have to rely on your teammates to do this. And it's some of the best ideas that we've ever had came from collaboration. It never originated from any one source. So yeah.
And the last one, I think, question: did you render everything on your own, or I presume they mean in-house, or?
Yes, everything was rendered on my own single machine, the same one that I'm sitting on right now, and that's the power of GPU rendering, folks. It's absolutely it's still like coming from the old days and like V-Ray and CPU and stuff like that. You were always limited by what you can do with without a farm. And then all of a sudden, like, oh, you have like GPU renderers like Octane or Redshift. They have their limitations, of course, but for specific needs with this one, it was absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, I have this rig is pretty old at this point, but it still works wonders for me. Yep. It's 4 980 Ti graphics cards, and for Freight, rendering was, I think the average render times were, I think, like 2 minutes per frame or 3 minutes per frame. Which is insanely fast for kind of the quality of output that I was able to get there. Yeah. And if you look at the entire short film, I think the rendering was maybe like 2 weeks, but that was not like constant, like not like constantly rendering. It was like rendering, setting up new ones, working a little bit in comp. But the process of getting all the shots out was maybe like 2 weeks, which just like still to me that you can do that on your own is pretty mind-blowing. And especially now with Unreal, I mean, things get even more bonkers. You get everything for free. So,
Okay. I got a question from a company based in Hamburg.
A company based in Hamburg.
Yeah. How long would you like your beard to grow? A, it's enough. B, to your belly. C, to your knees. D, to your feet.
A. I'm fine with where I am, but man, my wife is on my back. This is gonna have to come off very soon. And it's summer, so
Yeah.
throwback.
Okay, but anyway, Zava, many thanks.
Yes,
from
very much.
from us that you for your time. Very interesting talk, and we have to prep up for the next speaker. I presume.
Exactly.
So
we got a lot of great feedback in the chat as well. People are very excited about your work. So
Thank
it's
you.
awesome.
Thank you for having me, guys. It's been a pleasure. And,
it's been really cool.
I'll be
bringing
around
it all
in the chat for the end of the day.
Okay,
so,
fine.
Yeah.
Oh, super cool.
Thanks. See you later.
Okay.
All right.
See
Cool.
you.
Talk to
Bye.
you later.
Bye.
And for now, what we're going to do is we're just going to take a quick break so we can set up for our next speaker, and we'll be back in 15 minutes or so. I think 15 minutes, something like that. Cool.
Okay.
Great.
See you later.
See you in a little bit. And welcome back, everybody. So before we dive into the next talk, I just wanted to mention we've got about 1 hour left, a little under 1 hour left. If you still want to take part in our giveaway, we've got a Wacom Cintiq that you can still win, some Corona renderer and V-Ray licenses, and a 1 terabyte NVMe SSD. So be sure, if you're eyeing those prizes, to make sure that you get your ticket in. So for our next talk, yes, I'm actually gonna hand it off to Jan in just a second. He was able to be here with us because thanks to him and Ace and their generosity, we're able to be here. So it's kind of cool to have one speaker in the studio as well. Yes, your talk is mostly about VFX supervision.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I have the advantage of having a very small audience here by being here in person. The disadvantage, however, having to fill the shoes of Sava the Beast Zivkovic. But yeah, let's see if I can manage.
Cool. Well, I'm just going to let you take it away then.
All right,
and
cool.
We'll have some questions after. So yeah, if you want to ask questions, be sure to do it in the relevant Discord channel. And yep, go for it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so thanks again for inviting me over to talk about it. The presentation is live? All right, great. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about VFX supervision, why it works for me, how I ended up doing it here in Europe. Talk because I see the audience is mostly art-based guys, so it's gonna be a really broad talk. I'll make sure to sprinkle in some moving images now and again. To keep you guys, to keep the attention of you guys, but let's dive in. I've provided a structure for this presentation, so four main chapters. I'm gonna talk a little bit about myself, what VFX supervision is, why I like it, and then end up with some tips and tricks and some lessons I've learned along the way. Most of those lessons can be applicable to any profession or any professional endeavor you set yourself on. So yeah, hope it will be a useful talk for you guys. So hello, my name is. This was the slide that was in the template I used. I thought it was funny, so I kept it in. Short and straight to the point. Your audience will appreciate that. So let's try. So I am Jan Dagelings. I'm a hack from Antwerp. So almost 40. I got 3 daughters. I love movies, video games, good stories. I continuously fail at eating healthy and going to bed on time, but I do visual effects for a living. I work for film and TV mostly, and I really miss hugging people. Screw you, COVID. Yeah, let's all get vaccinated so we can do these kind of things in person soon. So this is a first reel. It's a breakdown that Nozon did, the company I work for, did for the Happy Prince. I put it in here because it gives a good impression of the general amount of work that we do for like a typical medium budget VFX film, an independent film here. So there's a lot of a cleanup that needs to happen. This is also a period film, so you see a lot of environment work is there. The shot you just witnessed was the main actor that needed to be placed in the scene because he's not available to shoot with extras, stuff like that. There's also a huge CG ship in the film. That's a lot of fun to work on these things. So not Hulk stuff, but it does give a good idea of the bread and butter of like a wide range of VFX work that needs to happen on these kind of films. Gonna skip to the next one. So yeah, here's some stuff I worked on, some movies and some TV shows. Local people will probably know some of these. There's some international films in there as well, but yeah, it doesn't really bother me that it's not like Marvel and Star Wars stuff, and I'll get to why that's important and why it could be important for you guys as well later in this presentation. So let's take it back to 1993. Here's me. I'm the third from the left. dressing up as a Templar knight. And the year 1993 is an important year. I think I was 11 at the time. It was the time that a major multiplex opened in Antwerp, and the movie that came out in '93 is, of course, Jurassic Park. If I have to bring it back to one inciting incident, then it was basically around that time. But funny enough, and the next slide will illustrate that, is that it didn't click for me before long. It took me a while to get to that point, and hindsight is 20/20, they say. But let me illustrate. So I started out as a 3D artist. I always loved building things, so modeling in. I love building things, but I'm not a handyman. My wife can attest to that. It's not something I'm good at drilling and building stuff around the house. But I do love creating stuff. So 3D modeling was always something I really like to do. And I started my career as a 3D artist and After Effects Flash animation at the BUT, which is a company that does a lot of business-to-business e-learning stuff. But then, B2B animations for websites, I thought they were boring, so I want to work for TV. So then I left the company and I became like a 3D artist and compositor at Sabouge, which is an animation studio that also does a lot of advertising, and it works for TV shows, makes leaders, all that kind of stuff. I started as a 3D, more technical artist, doing some of the compositing, and then I ended up being the head of the studio there, which was great because I got to work with a cool team, really nice people. But then I thought, no, it's not really it. It came a little bit toxic in the end. So I went to head the motion design department at Design is Dead, which was an advertising agency. At the time, really cool motion graphics like the one the Mantissa makes were all the rage, and I'm really inspired by that. I still am, so I wanted to do that kind of work. So I joined Design is Dead as a 3D motion designer, and that ended up being a little bit of a short stop, but because then I could start work at Planet X and work on visual effects and work on films as a VFX supervisor. And that's when basically it really clicked for me. So in hindsight, Planet X Belgium, that got scooped up by Ace, and I now manage the VFX projects for Ace, The Fridge, and Nozon. It's a group of companies in Belgium. So looking back at that trajectory, what basically really happened is when I was at BUT and doing B2B, I was just far too young. I didn't know shit. So that's that. I thought, B2B animations for websites are boring, but basically it's not. Looking back at it, I can really see that people are really good at that stuff, and you can create amazing work in that space as well. I was just far too young to appreciate any of that. When at Sabouge, I loved working with the team, but the environment was too toxic, so that's basically why I had to go. And Design is Dead was basically for me an escape route. Like I said, I love beautiful, complex motion graphics, but I had to just realize for myself I can't create those kind of things. That's not how my brain works. I appreciate it, and I can clearly see what is quality and what is not, but I can't come up with it myself. And it takes a certain age. You have to reach a certain point in your career that you can just be honest with yourself and say, oh yeah, that's not it. And then ending up doing visual effects for film and TV, it is this beautiful marriage of technology and creativity and working with larger teams. But the one thing that it also is working in film and TV, it's in service of story, and that is something that none of the ones above had, and that was where it for me really, really, really clicked. This in service of story and working together to get this narrative out. So visual effects supervisor. I'm gonna talk a little bit about what it is I do on a day-to-day basis, or what the process is. VFX supervisor, if you watch a movie or a film, you can see a number of times maybe someone that has a credit that says the VFX supervisor. It's a lot different for studio films, like the one you see the GIF of, an Avengers type thing. It's a lot different for indie European film and TV market. But is one better than the other? Is it like the Hulk beating Thor here? Let me circle back to it and just first address everything that we actually do as a VFX supervisor, or what certain VFX supervisor get to do. So first, yeah, we have to pitch. VFX supervisors are together with the producers involved in building a budget and pitching on projects, and that means reading scripts, trying to think ahead, making sure that you lift everything possible, and also get jiggy with Excel. So you have to not be afraid of sheets and Excel sheets, because it's a part of your job. Then let's say we can get a project, and then comes pre-production. So a visual effects supervisor, when reading the script and anticipating some problems, figuring out what can you shoot for real, what needs to be CG. You have a budget that's in place. You have to make sure that you can stick within that budget. That's really a skill that you learn over time, anticipating those problems, and then feeding those problems in within pre-production. I bet everybody already heard like the saying that a movie gets written like 3 times. It's on paper and a script, then you shoot the movie, and then you edit the movie, and it's basically a rewrite every time. But rewrites are important for VFX because you make a budget based on the paper, on the script, and then of course in our business sometimes we always aim to do like a final budget when the film is edited, so we know exactly how many shots we have. But for producers, they have a certain amount of money in mind, and it can't differ that much from the one that you lifted just from the text from the script. So that's really important that you safeguard that. But pre-production is actually a really fun place to be in. I'm gonna load the next clip, so you can see a little bit, and I'll talk over it. Pre-production is great because that's when you as a VFX supervisor get to talk with stunt people. You get to talk with the director, with the DOP. You really are preparing to shoot this film. So you're all thinking together in service of the narrative, in service of the visual style that a DOP wants, in service of the story that a director wants to tell with his character. And you're all in this whiteboard kind of space, thinking about how to solve these problems and get to the finish line. What you're seeing on the screen right now is a clip that from a film that we worked on with Planet X at the time called Bumper Cliff, and we used a platform called Deep Space, which is using real-time engines now to maybe play it again. So you. 1 second, yeah. Which is using like a real-time engines to have a DOP with an actual camera in his hand, really block out the scene. And in this case, that was very important, of course, because as you see, we are shooting. You can see the side by side. We are shooting on a freeway. We had limited time available. We had to brief all the stunt drivers, all the position drivers to do exactly what was needed. So to be able to block this out entirely in virtual reality was a major help, and also a lot of effort up front. But of course, it paid dividends in the end, because once we were on the day, it's a lot safer if you know exactly what you're going to do, and you just win time, and that was imperative for this because we only had the freeway closed off for 2 days. So fix it in post? Absolutely fucking not. Fix it in pre-production, always. So what else does a VFX supervisor do? So once we are on the set, there are a lot of responsibilities for on-set VFX supervising. You've probably all seen green screens, putting up markers, shooting pictures, shooting more pictures. Basically, if you break it down, it's take pictures of everything, take notes of everything, and be prepared for everything. So best case scenario, you've done your job as in the pre-production stage as best as possible. You've provided tech viz of how big the green screens need to be, for example, where they need to put up, because you've recce'd the location and everything works fine. But you also have to anticipate that anything can come up, so you need to be prepared for everything. But it's a very fun environment to be in on set, because it really feels like the filmmaking machine rolling ahead. Everybody knows its place. Everybody has this shared responsibility to get to the finish line. It's a very high energy environment, and yeah, I love it. I love it. I love to do it. To go into detail on set supervising, Hugo Guerra has made like these 2 YouTube clips that have all the information, so I can talk a lot more about it. But basically, these are like master classes in itself on all the tools and what you need to do. So I invite you to check them out. He's a great guy. And otherwise, if you have question about a specific subject, just find me in the Discord later. I'll be happy to talk to you about those. But yeah, great YouTube clips here. So we've shot the film. It's in editorial. So what are we gonna do now? We're in a stage we call post-phys. So post-phys, as I've already mentioned, VFX are super expensive, so it's not worth doing them if they're not gonna make the cut. So what the VFX department does, guided by the VFX supervisor, is basically do some quick and dirty mock-ups of maybe environments or action scenes, or especially if we are talking about like CG vehicles or even CG characters. It's definitely worth our time to do like a quick and dirty version that they can use in editorial, that the director can watch it in context, in a sequence, to see if it's going to end up in the cut or not. Because like an edit of a film can take up to 3 to a year. I was on a project that was a year in editorial. So things can change, and again, this is like what I said, the third time the film gets rewritten is in editorial. So you are still stuck with the rough budget that you made on paper, and of course you're gonna put the dots on the I when we have the finished film, when you have the finished edit, but it can't change that much, so keep that in mind. And then supervising the team. So the film is edited, we have the VFX pool at our studio, and then the VFX supervisor is responsible for dividing it up between the team, making sure the 3D assets are well done, the pipeline is in place. The VFX supervisor is then again the guy that talks to the director, the producer, the DOP in reviewing all those work, and then he liaisons all the feedback back to the different leads, to the 3D lead or to the comp lead, FX lead, and so on. So again, a really interesting position to be in. And then up until delivery of the VFX shot, the VFX supervisor is involved for the grading. Picture you see here is a film I did called Bankier van het Verzet, where we did the final grading in a grading theater in Paris, where they actually graded a Star Wars film, I think The Last Jedi. So also very interesting to be involved in the entire color process of a film. That's also conversations that we start up before we start the work on the VFX shot. But a film that we finished recently, yes, there were some issues with the certain shots in the grading. So Then grading bounces a couple of things back to VFX to adjust so it can complement the grading a little bit better. So up until the very end, the VFX supervisor is involved. So that brings us back to the slide we started with, what's in a name, VFX supervisor. So thinking back to these big studio films, like a Marvel and a Star Wars, you basically have a studio VFX supervisor, and he's the one that talks to the director and has the big picture, and he's the guy that's mostly in Excel then. And then the works gets separated out because, of course, these big blockbuster movies, they have sometimes over thousands of shots, and they get separated to different VFX studios. Some of them really specified on the type of work that that studio is particularly good at. I'm thinking off the top of my head, for example, Lola VFX. Every time you see some de-aging stuff or VFX that happen around the face, cleaning faces, making people younger or older, Lola is really the place to be. Those VFX houses get to do that type of work. And those studios have their own separate VFX supervisor that is just in charge of that sequence, for example, or that particular 3D character. Or that's for me the huge difference and the appeal in indie European mid-budget films is that as a VFX supervisor, I get to do everything that I talked about in the earlier slides. So from the script, the bidding process, all the way up to the grading, and that is really a really fun place to be in. Honestly, you get to work with teams. You really feel like you are. I think I'm gonna. Oh yeah, sprinkled in a reel. Let's watch it. Why is it not working? Sorry, guys. Here's a reel. Let's watch a reel first, and then I'll talk a little bit further. So this is some of our more CG work we did for documentaries and some advertising. More design-oriented work as well. So all CG. Is it playing as choppy on the stream? Yeah, okay. Some animated films we worked on, Asterix and Minuscule. All right. Yeah, so, but why though? And I was already making that point earlier. So, because you really are filmmaking and you really are in service of that story, which for me personally was a thing that basically put it all together. You're in this focal point in the middle of this fight from the beginning till the finished product together with the top creative people on a project, which to me are like the director, DOP, the editor, the colorist, stunts, production designer. Those are the people that are really sculpting this film, and you're in the middle of it as a VFX supervisor in the type of projects that you're now working on. Does that mean I don't ever want to work on a Star Wars film? No, but it really is a nice place to be in. All right. So, what does it take? You've seen my career path up until now, so you might be able to say like jack of all trades, master of none. That's a saying that gets thrown around quite a lot, and you could apply that a little bit. I think, like I said myself earlier, I'm a 3D modeler, but yeah, I'm definitely not the best 3D modeler out there. I'm compositor in After Effects, Nuke, dabbled in Fusion, But am I the fastest compositor out there? Hell no. There are some real beasts at our studio that are a lot faster, and I get lost in Houdini for sure, but I can definitely know my way around effects, and I think that is the most important thing. Though when people throw that saying around, then I get a little bit grumpy. This is a drawing one of my colleagues at Sabouche made of me while probably doing some crunch time late at the studio. So I like to say, like, a generalist of all trades and a master of some. That's the key element here, I think. Because to be a good VFX supervisor, there are a lot of soft skills that basically nobody ever talks about. When going to talks or going to events, and I'll talk a little bit later about that, people are always very focused on the craft itself, but there's a whole lot on the side about communication, about these soft skills that are very important, especially if your ambition is to be a VFX supervisor, to lead teams, to work with people. You cannot sleep on that thing. So what makes a good VFX supervisor is that you know all these things. You know about modeling, you know about texturing, you know about compositing, but also you need like a great eye for detail, and especially realism. You need, like, what did I write here on my slide? Curious mind. You need to be a sponge for new technology, and a people person and a team player, and that gets overlooked sometimes. Especially get some wild stories from film sets with egos running wild, but I find it all to be quite okay, to be honest. So some tips and tricks, lessons learned, advice, random stuffs. Just put some things together that really focus on more of these soft skills. I think this talk is not geared toward giving you the one-trick pony compositing trick that solves all your problems. But I'm gonna run over some couple of tips and tricks, and I hope you learn something, or stuff that I learned along the way. I was in a podcast recently about the Flemish film, and the guy asked me, if you need to give one piece of advice to young people trying to get into VFX or starting out at a studio, what would it be? And my answer was, ask all of the questions. Just do it. It also highlights a key issue that we have in our world today with COVID, is that when we are now onboarding a couple of new guys and junior talent, and they're at the studio and they're from home and they need to communicate through Slack, and it makes it all very, very difficult. But if you find yourself in a studio sitting next to somebody, and you don't know the answer to something, just ask. And not only as a junior, even if you're in a situation where you are considered to be the expert of something and you don't know something, just ask. If somebody doesn't know the answer, then that's fine. Then you together can look for the answer. But ask all of the questions all of the time is my number one tip for people starting out in a studio. Next tip: cultivate some good fucking taste. There is more out there than Marvel and Star Wars. Try to look back. A lot of what is out in popular culture today stems from a long history of storytelling, and it's important to acknowledge that. So look a little bit further. Of course, I enjoy my Star Wars every now and again, for sure. And I loved WandaVision, for example. But there is more out there. Then again, it's important to also acknowledge. What was I? Oh, kind of lost my train of thought. Yeah. So there is more out there than Marvel and Star Wars. But what I also came across is that people that are completely anti Marvel and Star Wars. You also don't want to end up in that spot where you're like considered a film snob. I don't know if it's a word in English as well, but people are that pick their nose up, or like, oh, Star Wars, it's all popular culture and stuff, and give me a good old movie from the 30s. I don't watch any of that shit. Don't be a film snob either. Nobody likes a film snob, and you have to appreciate and realize that there is a real craft and high-end artistry going into making wide audience blockbusters. It's a real science, and it's a real machine, and it's worth thinking about that and appreciating that as well, even if Marvel might not be your genre, or if it is. So just keep an open mind and create some taste. And taste is something that's achieved or that's acquired over time. So best thing to do is keep an open mind and don't stress about it. But keep an open mind and try to cultivate some good fucking taste. And next, be honest, be interested and not interesting. That's it's related to the previous point. Also a little bit to the always ask all of the questions point I was trying to make. Never pretend you know something if you don't. That is key. For example, if you're in a meeting with a director and he comes up with a reference, and you don't know the reference, don't try to be smart and smug about it. Oh yeah, I got that reference. I know exactly what you mean. I've seen that film, or I know this, and then you don't. It always comes out in the end, and you will look stupid. And it's a lot better, also. From my perspective, let's say I'm in a meeting and I'm briefing somebody, and I take up this random reference from Casablanca, of the GIF you saw earlier, and I'm talking, kind of like Casablanca, kind of like that, when the plane lands in the end and yada yada, and then somebody says, yeah, I know it, and then I find out that it didn't. You get a lot more respect from people if they are really interested in you and say like, I don't know it. Why did you come up with that reference? Why should I watch it? That, it breeds a lot better sort of relation that you have with people working together if you can feel that they're honest, and if you can communicate on the same level, if you don't have to second guess people. So always try to be honest, and there is no shame in admitting that you don't know something. So keep that in mind. Even if it's human to try and present yourself as best as possible, but it's counterintuitive to lie about these little, even if it's just a small white lie. It's don't do it. Be a photographer. Yeah, that's also a tip I have for especially people that want to work in VFX. And like I said earlier, if you want to go on set, then your camera is your number one tool. But being a photographer and shooting a lot of pictures will really help you with creating that eye for realism. It especially turning your camera to manual. Your camera will not explode. I repeat, your camera will not explode when you put it to manual, but it will give you a sense of how light works, how sharpness, how your camera and your lenses influence the sharpness of an image. It helps you learn about compositing or composing a frame, about lensing a shot. So when possible, pick up a camera and shoot some stuff. And again, like I said, if your aim is to be on set and do VFX supervision on a set, then you need to know your camera inside and out, because on set time is very precious, and the schedule doesn't allow for VFX much time at all. So when you can have an opportunity to get in there between shots and shoot some reference, then you have to make sure that it's good, that you don't fumble, that your batteries are charged, that you know what you're doing, that the images you shoot are sharp, etc., etc. So be a photographer. Don't sleep on new technology. That's another tip, very broad tip, and I think it applies to a lot of fields, not only VFX supervision. it's also a bit related to my slide about like being a generalist of sorts. So mastery of a skill, it's a beautiful thing. Somebody who is really a master of their craft and spent years and years on honing that skill, I think it's great. It breeds respect from somebody that really put in the dedication and the hours. Yeah, you can make the analogy of like the 10,000 hour rule. I bet you all heard about that. But you can't forget that TV and movies, it's a business. So everything that's a business, that's where you are part of a production process. If it can be optimized, it will be optimized. For example, if you at your studio, you are the roto master, you know everything about rotoscoping. You can do it super fast, you know all the tricks, you know everything about edge. When do I need to go with soft edges? When to go with some harder edges? What can I pay attention to that's important? What doesn't need to be important? When to use splines? Yada, yada, yada. For example, you are the roto master, and then right now, like you see in the new release of Nuke, for example, they are on this machine learning path, and there are some new machine learning tools in Nuke that really speed up all the rotoscoping process. Yeah, you could feel like that's like it's a threat to your job, for example, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. I think you should be aware of this, and you being the master at your studio of that particular thing. I just use rotoscoping as an example, but it could be whatever. It could be like you are the rigger at your studio, and all the main characters that come to you through rigging. It could be anything, but you need to be aware of this new technology and see it as an opportunity. See it as, okay, so I see these tools coming up, this machine learning technology that will possibly eliminate my job. You have to be, this is the opportunity for you to be the guy that proposes this technology into your studio, for example. You put in the time, learn the new tools, and that probably means abandoning some of your workflow that you've been doing for years, that you've been crafting for years. But if you are the guy that brings this to your studio and learns that new process, because it's not just push a button and it's done, it's also a process, and it takes into account a lot of other stuff, especially when we're talking about machine learning. There's a lot of hardware coming into place and a lot of development coming in. If you are the guy that hones that process, that really masters that part of the pipeline, and can say to your studio, okay, doing it like this and like this will save us money like that, and we can be optimized like this, then again you have proven your value to your studio by doing it. So don't be afraid of this change. Change is everywhere all the time. Right now it might feel like there's a lot going on, but look at it as an opportunity, and don't sleep on it. A good resource for that is this YouTube channel called 2 Minute Papers. Probably some of you have known it, but it talks a lot about advances in CG, new CG tools, especially surrounding machine learning. Another good resource is keeping an eye on the SIGGRAPH technical papers. So real-time engines, real-time ray tracing, it's here. It will be something that everybody will be on board with in a couple of years. So don't sleep on it. Next one, nuke like a boss, but don't ignore your social skills. I've talked about it a little bit already. So yeah, be the one that is, you are the ace at your job. Really focus on what you are in your studio, what you're there to do. Make sure that you do it like a boss, that the work you put out is amazing, but don't ignore your social skills. That means that you can't be just locked behind your screen. You have colleagues, you have bosses, maybe you are a lead and you have to delegate work. these social skills are important. So communication is vital. And if you feel like you are more of a, especially now with COVID, everybody's working from home, it doesn't help, I know. But you really need to sharpen that tool as well from your bag, like communication skills, and it goes beyond just typing polite emails. I think it's reading into people. If you're a lead, figuring out when somebody is, because that's something that I find with a lot of juniors, it's a problem that they don't ask for help soon enough. So that's something that I consider also under social skills, is that you see when problems arise, and that you learn to read people and read their communication. And of course, everything is a lot more difficult now when everybody's working remote and through Zoom calls, etc. So even more an issue today to not ignore your social skills. And a good way to work on those is to go to events. Artists tend to be have a lot of social anxiety. I know I was there once myself. But going to events, and I hope we can next year we can all do it again, is really a good way to work on these things, to learn and train your social skills. And you can really look at it like that. It's there is no reason why you should approach working on yourself and the way you communicate any differently than you would do a Houdini tutorial, or you see a time lapse of somebody painting a concept art piece and trying to learn from that. There is no difference in your approach if that helps you. If you are somebody that is more not as outspoken or more shy, just put it in your head and that frame as, okay, this is something I lack and I'm going to this is something I lack and I'm going to work on it. So go to events, not only inspirational events like DAC-ANT, for example, which is great, but also more tech events like FMX, for example. You get to talk to the people that make the software that you work with every day. So if you end up drinking a beer with somebody that does software development on a tool that you use every day, then and it clicks, then you have the ability to email them afterwards, and it will open up doors for you for sure. And there's a lot of going back and forth over social media about these things. We have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, ArtStation, these kind of platforms, but nothing beats going to the events and seeing people for real. There's also a picture in there from movie premieres. If you're in the film industry and you have a chance to go to premieres, do it. It's not great fun, and there's free drinks, but movies are made by hundreds of people, and not all these people are gonna work on the same movie afterwards. Everybody branches out again, so you get to talk to people and generate work for yourself like that. Just treat it as a networking opportunity. For sure, very, very valuable to go to events. And to finish up, don't be a dick. I think might be the most important slide of this presentation. Always be nice, always be polite. Don't talk trash behind people's back. It's a very small industry, even though it's spread out globally. Your reputation is as important as your portfolio. From my perspective, I would rather work with somebody that has that I know that can do the job, instead of an ArtStation rock star that's just a nightmare to work with. And I'm not alone in saying that. That's a sentiment that I hear echoing throughout. Senior people and talking with a lot of supervisors. There is just no place for rock stars in studios. It could be just one and then never again. Or you see these people go from studio to studio, but they never come back to the same one because it was just such a nightmare to work with them. So don't be a dick. Sneak peek, some stuff from me that's coming out. Finished a movie called Cool Abdul. That's coming out quick, probably more for the local people. We're in production on Ritual, which is a Mo Haider film. And then Zillion is a project I'm really looking forward to. The notorious dance temple in Antwerp is getting a movie, but the production is delayed because, COVID. And then for some of you who recognize him, there's a Lars von Trier project in the works, which I'm super excited about. And then a couple of other things, but that's a good thing. So yeah, that's it from me. I have no idea how I'm doing on time. Thank you very much for listening. These are some of my details. Feel free to harass me in the Discord. If you like, I'll be here. So, thank you.
All right. That was great. Thank you. We have a few quick questions. We'll do them fairly quick fire because your talk went on for a little bit, but I think it was super interesting. A lot of what you said definitely resonated with me as well. It's funny because I worked at the same place that you worked at not long after you were there. And what you said about having hindsight, it's totally true. I left because it wasn't like I wasn't feeling like the work was challenging me, but then looking back at it, what I learned there was way like super important to everything I did after. So very cool. All right, so let's do some questions, and then I think we can wrap that up afterwards. So one of the questions is, do you sometimes use 360 cameras for capture or reference? Do you find they work good for the purpose? Things like HDRI generation, something like that?
Yeah, I've used the first generation Theta 360s. Those are really awesome for quick reference. I haven't used the latest models yet to build the actual HDRIs. I still do it just with a nodal head and a 5D because you just get the resolution there, and it's just a workflow that we're all familiar with at the studio. So we're not changing it but I heard that the new ones are really great, and they can take some real high resolution 360s as well, and also multiple stops. So
that's going to solve a lot of issues that you would have with them before.
Yeah, because doing HDRIs with a nodal head, if you're quite good at it, it doesn't take that long. But if it's just a one button solution, then it's
always better. Because it gives you more time for other stuff on set, obviously.
Exactly.
So somebody's asking as well, could you talk a little bit about the state of virtual production in Belgium? Do you feel there's a big market for it right now?
Virtual production. We're working on an animated film at the studio as well, also in real time in Unity, and we're doing a lot of virtual. We have a lot of virtual camera tools there at Planet X. When we did Deep Space of the clip that you saw, that's all virtual pre-production. Some of that also went into virtual production, where we had the same technology there to track the cameras. I think basically everybody's has seen the Mandalorian stuff, where they do the live tracking on LEDs behind, and that's already in camera. Spoiler alert, everything in the Mandalorian is still rotoscoped and changed after the fact, so basically it's a very expensive accurate rim lighting that you're getting. But for Bumperkleef, the film that we did the same setup for all the car shots, which is always a nightmare to do. That's if you want to hire Viet Compers, quick tip: let them do a car shot through the window, because it's one of the most tricky things to get right, and it really tells you a lot about about
like their skill level. And
yeah,
stuff,
yeah. How if they know how light works and
I think it's also one of the most common ones you still see done badly
exactly.
today,
Yeah,
even
yeah,
in like
yeah,
big
yeah,
budget
yeah,
movies.
yeah,
Yeah, for
because
sure.
they get rushed. And
Because it's like, it's a car shop. Don't worry about it. And
yeah. So we did some virtual production on that one, where we had tracking markers on the camera, and then when we shoot the car stuff, the big LED panel changes the background accordingly. So there are a lot of virtual studios popping up in the wake of the Mandalorian stuff across Europe. Yeah. So I'll definitely see more European films using the same techniques as well. But you need to have a lot of shooting days on a set like that. If it's just for a one-off thing, we will keep doing traditional stuff because it's quite expensive. The startup cost to get there is quite expensive to do. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, we keep having questions coming in, so I'm going to keep shooting them at you. Somebody's asking maybe an obvious one, but with the whole COVID situation, was there any big changes to the way you work? Also, any takeaways you'll be incorporating into how you work going forward when we go back to normal someday, eventually?
Yeah. So for us, we had the good fortune that we were working on a lot of virtual reality projects using real-time technology as well at the studio. So a lot of the 3D artists could pivot a little bit to that. And production on the animated film just kept going, but from home. However, for all the live-action compositing stuff, we did see some issues there because if they're not shooting, then we can't.
You can't really do anything.
Can't really do anything. So unfortunately, a lot of our colleagues did suffer from that a little bit. Things are picking up right now, so that's good. There's a lot of stuff in pre-production, so I hope it gets better soon.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to keep going. How did you learn the calculation stuff with VFX supervision? I think that mainly pertains to
bidding. Yeah, like bidding the stuff.
I don't know. It just says calculation, so I don't know exactly.
Okay, next question, and explain a little bit more what you mean.
Yeah, because it could be anything really. Yeah. So, also a quick question: an equivalent of an artist's. What brush do you use? I'm dying to know which node do you use.
The copycat node, or what's it called in Nuke? New Nuke, the machine learning one.
All right. And then another one: when filming a no to low budget movie, at which point would you recommend using VFX? Is it too expensive anyway, so don't use it, or does it just heavily depend on which effects the makers want to use?
To clarify, everything you see on TV has VFX. Every single thing has some sort of VFX in it. It's just painting out booms or painting out cars that shouldn't be there in the background. Everything that goes on your screen, if it's a streaming platform or it's a cinema, it has some VFX in there. So you should always, as a production, have that in mind. But for the larger stuff, and people find that very counterintuitive when I say things, but even right now on the movies that are in production right now, if we can do it in camera, I always suggest doing it in camera, because then you save up budget for other stuff that you really can't do in camera. So
and it's just gonna look good.
Yeah, and it's gonna look good, and we can always enhance to it. So my go-to is just shoot it for real and then enhance if necessary. With all that stuff. Yeah.
So we have a clarification on that one question. I'm going to skip to the next one, and then we'll do that one in the end. So is there any project that you loved working on and would do again if you could go back in time, and why?
Yeah, Bankier van het Verzet, the Resistance Banker. It's on Netflix. That's a World War II film, and it was basically the first movie that I VFX supervised. And it was right in this transition where I was kind of career-wise a little bit lost. I came from Design is Dead, which was an advertising agency, something completely different. And I fell into that one, and the subject matter, who doesn't want to work on a World War II period piece? You can go on set and see Nazis running around. And you have,
it's pretty cool.
There was also a lot of VFX work that I got to do myself, so I did some matte painting on those stuff. which I like, which I really love. If there's anything that of the VFX work that I enjoy the most doing myself, it's matte painting work. So yeah, that definitely has a place in my heart. That film, I really liked it.
Okay, cool.
And it was pretty amazing that my first feature,
it was
credited
immediately
feature,
such a
was
big,
already
big thing.
this big epic thing. So
that's
yeah,
great. Cool.
Big thanks to my colleagues at Planet X at the time for giving me the opportunity, for sure.
Nice. So we have the clarification on that last question.
All
So
right.
it was about the bidding. So how did you learn how to calculate like a
that's
bid?
just experience.
Okay.
You just need to go through the motions and do it a couple of times to get a feel for how long things take, and never forget that everything in filmmaking is a team sport. There is no such thing as a one-man band thing on a feature film, on a TV show. Also in a studio, you have people that have done that work themselves. So always try to refer to experts if you have them. So if it's stuff pertaining to 3D work, we refer to the 3D leads or the 3D supervisors. If it's really heavy comping stuff, we ask advice to the lead compers, and so on and so on. And then you end up in a place that you are comfortable in saying, okay, that takes that amount of time to do. Yeah.
And I can imagine once you know your team a little bit better, it makes it a lot easier as well, because you can talk to them better.
Yeah. Especially the senior people. If you have a good senior staff in your studio, which you can rely on, that's invaluable. Because of course the teams they grow and shrink, but if you have that consistency there, that's amazing. Yeah, that's really handy to work with. Yeah.
Cool. Well, yeah, that's all the questions. So,
all right.
yeah,
thanks.
I want to thank you from all of us, not only for your time, but also for hosting us here as well. It's been really
it's
cool.
My pleasure.
We were talking about it earlier during the break. I don't think it would have been so smooth if we hadn't been able to like talk to each other and communicate to each other. If we had to do it from home.
Had to do it from remote, it would be different.
Cool. So with that said, we're going to take a quick break, probably another 10-minute break or so, something like that, and then we'll be back with Martin's talk, the last talk of the day.
Martin.
The competition is also closed, so after Martin's talk, we'll be announcing the winners as well, and that'll be the end of the day. Crazy already. Went by so fast.
And so smooth.
And welcome back, everybody. It's already time for the last talk of the day. Kind of crazy, huh? How fast did that day go? Anyway, I'm super excited to introduce Martin here to you guys. If you don't know about his work already, we're sort of finishing off with another great local Belgian artist. So yeah, I think with that said, let's just dive right in. Martin, if you're ready to go, we're ready to go too. So
yeah,
I would
sure.
say, take it away.
Okay, I'll jump full screen now. Hey guys, well, I'm Martin Verhoeven. I'm a digital sculptor, and I'm really thankful for the guys at DAC-ANT for asking me to give a little talk about the stuff that I do. And I want to analyze or tell you like how I approach my work and where I come from as an artist and how I've grown over the years. So here we go. My my thing is called an anatomy of nightmares, because a lot of people always think that my work's very scary, but I don't feel that it's like that at all. You know, it's an approach of seeing things and visualizing things that evoke emotion instead of always pure horror and scary images. So where do I come from? This kind of looks like a scene out of a horror movie, but my origin starts, I grew up in a garage. My parents, my family were car salesmen. And the thing is, like, they had nothing artistic running around in the background. So when I started drawing when I was a kid, around 5 years old or so, like, I was looking for stuff to get inspired. And the great thing when I go back to that period, because I'm, let's say, a child of the 80s, there was like this magical place where I always went to when I was a kid, and that was called a video store. And even like in our little town where I grew up in, with the spare money that I saved up, I drove off to the video store every time and rented the movie. But there was like this certain moment when I wasn't able to go, and my mom decided to pick up a video, and let's call this a surprise VHS tape. And the thing is, like, that thing really scarred me for the rest of my life, I would say. And what was on that tape was this, Gremlins. Until this day, like, this movie really influenced me as an artist, as a kid. And it's kind of like a red line running around in the back of everything that I create. And let's say my passion and my love for creatures. And like, when you see this movie as a kid, like, this guy is cute. You don't have any problems looking at this guy. But this guy will give you total nightmares. And that's the thing that, let's say, scarred me for life as a creative person. And the great thing, like, back in the day, like, there were many more. And let's say many more of these followed me. And as you can see, like when you see these things as a kid, like, it's this magical place that takes you back to your childhood, and you think, like, how are these things created? So I wanted to make monsters somehow, and it was really hard to figure out, like, what were the possibilities when I was growing up. So when I was growing up, I was thinking, like, maybe I should find a VFX education. But the problem is, like, looking back in the period of the 80s and the 90s in Belgium, like, there wasn't anything like that on the market. So it was like kind of trying to figure out my roots. I was able to make sure that everything worked out while I was studying. So I kind of figured out a trail, like, if I would study classic arts and maybe animation, because I saw already the beginning of 3D animation coming up. So I saw the possibility, like, there might be a slight chance that even with animation, like, I'll be able to create monsters. And that's kind of how I, let's say, followed my whole study course. And the thing is, like, what happens, like, when you graduate, you know, you come out of the street and things, like, I followed a 3D animation and classical animation. But the thing was, like, when I graduated, like,
Hi, Martin. Sorry to interrupt you, but would it be possible to lower down the volume of your system?
Yeah, sure.
Because we heard all the plops on Discord coming in.
Okay, wait, that's weird. 2 seconds.
No problem.
Let's hope this is better.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, so I was trying to figure out like what now when I was graduated, because in my education, like I was more, let's say, focused on doing everything yourself and not being trained to work into a studio. So the thing was like I went looking around to find a job, found a little position in a post-production house, and there I was color grading, doing small motion graphics and everything, and still doing animation. But the thing was like I was missing my creatures and my monsters and everything. And luckily, like there was one day that I actually bought a magazine, and that magazine had like a big sheet in it, and it was a commercial for ZBrush. And I saw like an image created by Rick Baker, and I was looking at it and I was thinking like, this isn't what I left behind when I was studying 3D. Because when I was studying 3D, it was like in 2000, and that was more, let's say, point modeling and box modeling. And that thing that I saw in 2009, I think, that was more organic. That felt like clay. That felt like super organic. And I was thinking like, this is awesome. Like I could create my let's say the things that I was doing the whole time when I was growing up, like drawing and playing with clay and everything. And I could, let's say, add it into a digital realm. And like when I started playing with ZBrush, I fell in love directly. And this kind of triggered me to study the whole thing. And like I stayed up like super late in the evenings. Like I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, then started sculpting, looking at tutorials. I was sculpting until 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock. Then I went to my day job. Then when I got back at 6 or 7 in the evening, like I quickly ate something and then I started working again until 12 o'clock. And I did that for 3 months straight. And the good thing is like, because of ZBrush, that it's so intuitive, like you feel that you're learning pretty fast. And also like when you have a background with drawing and sculpting, like this helps you along pretty fast. And the nice thing, like I was doing it for I would say 6 months as a hobby, sharing some stuff online. And I actually got offered my first, let's say, job possibility. And I went to my previous boss and I asked him like, is there a possibility for me to freelance on the side? Because like stepping into a whole new realm of 3D sculpting and let's say the international market, and you're only working from Belgium and you don't know anybody, it's hard to figure out like, if I will jump into the deep end, like will this work for me? And like I was discussing it with my boss, and he was telling me like, look guy, if you want to try, just do it. Just jump into the deep end. If you want to be a big boy, give up everything and try it. And I was saying like, yeah, okay. If you say that's the route that I have to take, I'll give it a shot. But it might be stupid that I did it at that moment. But in hindsight, like it was for me a good decision, because I gave up everything for one single job that provided me, like, let's say, with 1 day of work. So I gave up my whole steady career and yeah, tried to figure out like if this thing would be the right trail. And you know, like even when it's like when I started professional, it starts small. Like for instance, like this is an example of all the stuff that I did over the years. And it's quite different than my personal work, because like a lot of people don't really know my professional work. But as you can see here, like in the top left corner, you see a bottle. Like I've done a lot of glass work and glass designs for bottles. And it's super fun to do because you need a lot of technical skills and technical aspects to get yourself into that industry. I did a lot of game stuff, toy designs. I did some awards, some jewels, some VFX stuff still for companies, some statues. Like that's the great thing on being a digital sculptor, or let's say digital sculptor / concept sculptor. Like you're quite often in the beginning of a development stage, and like you have a certain responsibility to give a visual look to what you're creating, and that's super fun to do. But the nice thing about being a digital sculptor is like you can use your skill set for a lot of different aspects. Like you can go towards concept art, 3D modeling for games, VFX, and 3D printing, or rapid prototyping. And if you look at the little gun that's practically in the middle of the screen, like that's actually the first assignment that I ever got approached for. That was actually for Hasbro toys, and that was a little gun created for the GI Joe figures, like the toy figures. And for me, that was like a small dream come true, like being able to create the stuff that you played with as a kid. And let's say from that moment on, like different possibilities came along on the route. And people always ask me like, could you do this? Could you try that? And I'm always thinking like, if the project's interesting enough for me, like I'll be able to, or I'm willing to talk about it, you know, and figure out like how I can help them visualize or let's say create the product that you're looking for. And sometimes like when you're working for toys or collectibles, like the design is already set in stone, kind of, you know, like they give you a concept piece. But if you're, let's say, more into the concepting phase, you get a lot of liberties, and also people trust you. Like they give you the responsibility to figure out like how things are created, how things are being put together, and so on. So the other things that you can see on this slide is, for instance, like the Statue of the Walking Dead, some stuff that I did for the Star Wars collectibles, and like even a little dinosaur skull that was actually for somebody who wanted to have a museum replica. And what I did was like I went for a ton of stock images and everything, and photographs of that certain type of skull, and I just reproduce it one-on-one. And the fun thing about this thing is like, even though it's like created on my computer, like that thing was 3D printed, like 1.60 meters long, you know, like a one-to-one scale skull. So that's super fun to work on these projects. And even with other artists, like the artist that's, let's say, hugging the statue that's in the right bottom. She's actually a children's book illustrator, and she has like a very naive drawing style, but she asked me like if there's a possibility to translate her work into a 3D object, and it was 3D printed, and she hand painted it, so it had the same look and feel, of course, than the images that she has in her book. So that's kind of like a small summary of the stuff that I do as a professional sculptor or artist. But I'm here to, let's say, more talk about my work and how I approach things, and also show you guys like a small breakdown in 3 steps, like how I approach different types of sculpting, you know. So let's jump on to the next one. Personal work. Personal work is for me very important. Like I kind of chose to be a freelance artist because like that also gives me the possibility to work on my own stuff. Like I have so many ideas that I want to put forward into, let's say, my fictive imaginary world. And being a freelance artist, like you can manage your schedule a tiny bit more to being able to work on your own project. And I would always say, like, when I look at my stuff, I always say like there's symbolism in design and storytelling. Like with everything that I create that you can find on my portfolio or everything, like there's always like certain elements that come back that tell a story for me. Like even when I create something, let's call it scary, for me it's super important to figure out like what's the backstory, where does he come from, where does he live, why is he here, and not just make a pretty picture, you know. And what I did was like I went looking at a lot of work that I was creating, and what I saw was like different elements always came back for me. And I don't know, like I try to, it's like super weird because like you make a lot of stuff over the years, and then you like step back out of your out of the place where you are as an artist, and you look at your work and you try to figure out like why am I using these things? Why like trying to explain the whole work around, like why does your brain being treated like the stuff that you do. And what I saw like in my work, like a lot of classical signs and symbols like spirals always comes back. Like it's ancient. It's something that the first caveman has been drawing on their caves, and it's like something supernatural for me while I'm sculpting to add all these little details in everything. And with the black, like black gives a certain deepness and texture to the stuff that I create. And for some people, like it's scary, like it's darkness. But for other people, like it kind of gives like a certain ease and calmness. And the same thing for the red. For some people, red is scary, and for other people, red means love and passion. And the other thing that always comes back with me is like gold elements and certain symbols, like jewelry, because it kind of evokes like some kind of like there's a history behind the character, you know. Like if even when you create a creature and you add a few coins or a few bits of jewelry, you kind of implement that there's like a civilization behind it, and that's kind of stuff that always kind of comes back in my personal work when I'm not, let's say, being inspired by fan art or something else. So this is like a very simple example, like the Anubis piece that I did a few years ago. It's been created in ZBrush, put into Keyshot, then I did some post-production stuff on it in Photoshop. It's fairly simple. And the nice thing about it is like symbols or the same things come back, like the gold is in there. And yeah, like for me, like creating stuff like this is like a walk through the park. Like it's like I have an idea and I just put it out there. Like that's also the thing that I don't do. Like I don't sketch out stuff on paper as a designer. Like I jump into ZBrush and I explore shapes. And quite often I know in advance in which direction I'm going to go. Like I will never, let's say, stand behind a canvas or a blank screen in this case and be like, oh, let's create something cool. No, like I'm already figuring out in my head, like I want to create this because of this and this and this reason. Like it's all growing always in the back of my head, and then I jump forward and then I put it onto the screen. And then this was actually like a simple iteration because I was trying out different things with it. Like, okay, what would it look like with an open mouth, slit mouth? And it's just like, it's a sketch, you know, like I don't spend more than 6 hours or so on a piece like this. It's just like getting stuff out of there. For me, like it's way more important to throw stuff on the screen as an artist than being able to work on a piece for a few weeks. Like if I'm on a production, sadly enough, like I love to work in a team, but quite often when I'm starting to work in a production and let's say a certain chain, like for me, the story is quite often told within a day and a half. And then the other 2 weeks, like I'm still working for that company, still, let's say, making adjustments and iterations and everything. But for me, let's say the fun is gone because like I want to throw the stuff out there, you know? And it's the same thing with this guy. Like this guy, I have an idea, I sculpt him out in a few hours time. It's very simple. I throw it in Keyshot. And what I do is like I take 1, maybe 2, 3 render passes. That's it. Tiny bit of texture in ZBrush, and then I'll compile everything together and just make a nice, pretty picture. But for instance, like I also try to trigger myself, and sometimes let's say do a portrait or something. You know, like it's very important as a 3D sculptor to know where you come from, like your anatomy, your proportions, and everything. Like even when you create all those fancy creatures, like it's the fundamentals that you need while you're creating work for yourself and for your clients. You know, like don't only make trolls. Like make sure that you also know how this troll or this creature, like how the anatomy works, how the bone structure works, how certain things hold up. And that's like, for instance, like that I put this thing into the slides. Yeah, just to show like that you need to know where you come from as an artist, even though you make fancy creatures or scary stuff the whole time. Like sometimes you need to trigger in to train your stuff. These are the 2 other examples. like certain elements, like you see, come back: the gold, the reds, the bones, the jewels, and yeah, all these little guys live, let's say, in my universe, and I don't have any nightmares. That's a great thing. Maybe because they end up on the screen for some reason. But also I like to be influenced by people or certain artists that have influenced me in the past, but I don't like to copy their work, like there's always certain shapes and flows that are rolling in the back of your head, but rather to, let's say, look up like, how did this artist do it? Like I try to figure it out on my own. These are, let's say, two other examples, like things that always come back, like the skulls and certain repetitions of shapes. And it's always the same. Like it's put in it's like a pretty quick, like I said, for me it's fast work. I sketch it out. I might work on it a day or so, then pick it up a day later to tweak some stuff, maybe change a few proportions, throw it in Keyshot, put some lights on it. It's very simple, and then throw it in Photoshop. The one thing that I don't try to do is, let's say, overpaint my stuff too much, because what I've learned in the past as a concept sculptor, like when I work for certain studios or clients, it's like when you modify your work too much in Photoshop, and let's say the client is happy about a certain look and feel, and they want to have that 3D model getting prepped for production, sometimes it's pretty hard to to adjust that Photoshop back to the concept file, I mean, like to the 3D render. So then I rather, let's say, modify or tweak stuff in ZBrush, keep the model as clean as possible, but tweak it a tiny bit more in Photoshop, purely with colors and everything. Like this guy also, very simple. I was thinking about an oracle, like the Oracle of Delphi, like a fortune teller. And then I just start playing with shapes, and like I will show a tiny bit further along the line. There are like certain ways how I build up shapes. And this is practically built up from spheres. Like 9 times out of 10, when I'm doing my personal stuff, I always start from scratch. I start from a sphere and I just start dragging shapes out and modifying and tweaking them. 2 other ones, always scary stuff. And this, for instance, like something like in between, like I saw the remake of it a few years ago, and I thought like, oh, let's give this guy a shot. So I just did my interpretation, but like I've been influenced by looking at it, but I'm not looking at it as let's say a guideline to create fan art or anything. I still want to do my own twist on the whole thing. Another angle, so that's a nice thing. Always like everyone that's working with 3D knows, like you can give multiple angles, play with the light, give some different interpretations of everything, play with the textures. Yeah, and of course I couldn't resist putting him into the sewer scene. So this is a pretty recent piece that I did, and I was playing with the same thing again, like trying to figure out like how I build up shapes. I look at forms, I look at structures. And as you can see, like there's always like certain repetition of shapes coming back, like the spirals, like the golds, and well, to be honest, like most of the work that I make it, but it's also kind of throwaway. Sometimes it actually happens that I make something, and 3 months later, like I look up on ArtStation or on another portfolio site where I put my stuff online, and then I practically forgot about the piece, because I threw it out in such a short time, and I'm thinking like, oh yeah, okay, right, I did that already, But there's like a certain list in my head of certain type of shapes or forms or creatures, call it whatever you want, that I want to put out there and create. Like this guy, for instance, like I was reading something about a Japanese water demon, because like I like to be inspired by legends and myths and everything. And with this guy, like there's some Xeno stuff in there in the back, but I also want to do my own twist on it, and I play with it, and like I said, it's a sketch. It's a sketch, but it's a sketch that tells me enough about shapes, about language, like how the whole thing is constructed, and it's fun to play with, you know. And the nice thing about doing all these kind of things, like if you do these things long enough as an artist, like eventually people will approach you to do this professionally. So that's kind of like my tip, like that I would give people. Like it's a double-edged sword, because like you kind of shoot yourself in the foot by doing it if it doesn't work. But if it works and people like the things that you do, like in that certain niche, you also get contacted to do those things, you know. So I rather be for myself, be, let's say, a specialist in this genre or this thing that I'm working in, than being, let's say, a generalist that is like a jack of all trades. But that also, of course, depends on every artist. So this, for instance, was like an example of like La Bête de Chaudovant. It's like a French legend of a monster that lived in the Alps and are the foothills of the Alps, and actually hunted down people in the 17th century. But I was looking at it, I saw a movie, and I was like, oh, I want to do my try on it. And like it's the same type of thing that comes back. Like I get inspired by seeing these things, but I do my own twist on it. And this, for example, like I saw some images of the Mexican girls of Day of the Dead, like Días de la Muerte, and like that triggers me, like those images that are evocative for me. And like in the next slide, I also can show you the difference between like this and the final and let's say the render, because a lot of people always ask me, like, how much post-production do you do on the stuff that you work on? And like this is, for example, like a good example. On the left side, you see a raw render, how I pull it out of Keyshot. And on the right side, you actually see what I do to it. And the only thing that I actually do is like I add gradients and I add highlights, and I might add little tweaks on the flowers to make them like stand out a tiny bit more. But that's practically it, because I tend to respect the model that I'm working with. Like for instance, like this is a clip, and you can see the Photoshop file over here. And when I scroll through it, like when it jumps off and on, like through the different layers, let's see how this works. Like the only thing that I'm actually doing the whole time, see? Like for instance, what I do here is like very simple. I just add a backlight to the whole thing, like just make sure that it stands out of the whole thing. Like I do everything in post-production. And sometimes it even happens I spend more time in posts, like adding little gradients, adding little textures, adding all those little things on top, just to make my render pop, you know, instead of tweaking it. To be honest, it's very fairly like straightforward stuff that I do on these. But for a lot of people, like they always say or ask me like how are you able to pull these things off in Keyshot? But it's very simple. Like you only need a few raw renders, and you're good to go. Like even with a backlight rim or something, like you can even pull the whole thing apart and make it work visually. So let's go through this thing a tiny bit faster, just to give you an idea. What I'm actually like doing is like I'm just playing with the opacity of the layers, and to see like, okay, what blends, what doesn't work, how can I get more gold accents in there without, let's say, modifying or tweaking the image too much in my eyes. And that's like how I do all these types of work. So go a bit further. Yeah, and eventually, like, this is the final output that I get, you know? Like, in between, it doesn't make a big difference, but even adding little gradients, for instance, let's say, around the eye sockets, like, that makes sure that this eye pops, and especially, like, when you even do this, like as a concept piece for the director, like, he will read the eyes pretty fast, instead of, like, using the raw render. but yeah, that's kind of on the workflow that I use, like between the raw stuff and let's say the finished post processing that I do on it. This is another example like of a quick sketch, like somebody can approach me with an idea and I this thing out in a few hours. You know, it's like super straightforward. I start with a sphere. I start pulling out certain shapes. It's not really magic, you know. Like you just need to be inspired by shapes. And the good thing is like when you do this thing for a long time, you build up, say, a mental library of shapes and shape languages, and you can jump through those things pretty fast. And also, like when you're discussing stuff with a director, like you need to know how he thinks and what he likes to see. And with some people, with some directors or producers, like it clicks instantly because you speak the same shape language. With other people, like it can be a problem, and that's sometimes pretty hard to figure out when you're working on projects. But yeah, it's. I haven't. Let's say. In the past, I didn't have any, let's say, big issues when I was working on projects, because I also like quite often ask people, like, instead of showing me pictures what they like, I ask them, like, give me reference images of stuff that you don't like. Because for me as a designer, like, it's way more important to figure out what you don't like instead of what you do like, you know? Like somebody can give me an example and show me something and you can create it. It's like, oh yeah, I like it, but it's missing something, but I don't know what. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And then he comes up with a new image, but I rather be, let's say, being influenced by pictures that let's say don't guide me on the direction, than let's say steer me somewhere that they don't really know what they're going for. And the nice thing, of course, like when you're working in 3D, that's something that I discovered over the past 3-4 years. Like you can sculpt something, but it's not tangible, so people can't touch it, people can't see it, and like having conversation pieces on the table, it's a big difference. Even when you're working with a director or something, like having a 3D prototype thing on the table, like that's so important. And for me as an artist, especially also in my personal work, like what I know over the past few years is like I can show a picture to let's say my grandma on a computer screen, and she doesn't really understand what she's looking at. She's looking, oh yeah, pretty picture. But the moment when you put a physical object on the table, you put some light on it, like then a conversation starts, because then they start looking at all the details. They can go around the whole thing, and like this is the next avenue in my eyes for 3D sculptors, or let's say even 3D designers, like being able to give an output, a physical output to the stuff that you create. And for instance, like that's something also that with this guy. This guy already existed in 3D, and then later on, like I looked at the head, I was like, okay, let's chop this thing off and let's 3D print it. And it gives like a total different impression when you see it and when you're able to hold it up into your hand, and even when you present it on a table to somebody. And for me, like even in 3D, when you're working in a production, like some post-production facilities sometimes have the possibility to do rapid prototyping, and for me that's super interesting, you know. Like it's kind of going back to the old days, like you see in the making of episode 1, for instance, like they were still doing stuff in clay, and it's cool to see like those two universes coming together somehow, you know, like the physical or let's say the physical practical with the digital realm. And also like digital sculptors are over time also being appreciated for doing their digital work by the classical artists. And the same thing with this guy. Like I knocked this guy out in a day or so. Even the rendering didn't take up. Thinking like, oh yeah, like this guy would be like super nice if I would 3D print him, and that's what I did, you know. But being able to hold this thing up, and then you can also like later on go to the if you want, like you can start painting up these things. You can even take pictures of this, take it in Photoshop, doing paint overs in it in Photoshop, like texture wise, and see what works fast. and it's sometimes it's just, for me personally, it's like way more intuitive to have a physical light on an object than screwing around in 3D space the whole time. So here's another angle. And also like with the high printers, like the super nice thing, of course, is that you can print out stuff on such a level of detail that you don't even see the building lines anymore. Yeah. And then like later on, the whole thing kind of changed up for me, and I was trying new stuff. And this was actually the first piece that I also hand painted, because like I'm also, because I have the history, or let's say kind of a history in classical art, like I want to apply my skill set that I had as a youngster, as a kid, and apply it on my 3D models, 3D printed stuff, and being able to present it, let's say, into the physical world. And then this is like, for instance, like a miniature vampire head that I created. But it's super fun to play with, and also like, okay, the only thing that I regret on this whole thing by now is that all those things, of course, take up physical space. And like when I was first working digital for 7-8 years, like everything was on your heart, and now like my whole office space is getting, let's say, jammed with 3D prints and statues and everything, and it just consumes a lot of space, physical space. This is like a good example to see the difference between what I actually have on my screen when I'm sculpting it, holding up the physical piece, 3D printed. I think something like this printed around 16 hours or so. It's printed hollow. And then, of course, let's say the whole finished painted piece. And the nice thing is, like, I also try to figure out like how I can go further as a sculptor, as a designer, and to see like how I can do portraits and everything. And yeah, secretly also, let's say, expanding my hobby. Like I collect 1-scale figures. I'm not sure that anybody's into that. That's actually looking at the presentation. But it's super nice. Like you can do a head sculpt, print it out on scale, clean it up, and also paint it up, you know. And for instance, like, okay, this is like creature, little Cthulhu thing that I did. And it's like I even did projects like this that, like, I would call them, like I said in the past to some people, like they're 24-hour projects. And that actually means like I have an idea, I sit in front of my computer, I start sculpting for between 6 and 8 hours. I push it to my 3D printer, and I try to get the whole project done. And I'm not talking about paint, of course, but I'm trying to get the whole project done within 24 hours, like from in my head onto the table, like having a physical product, a prototype within 24 hours. And that's like such a liberating feeling, like being able to look at something that you have imagined within that time span, you know? And yeah, it gives you like so much freedom and so much liberation when you have creative ideas. Like you can knock them out. You're not restricted to the whole thing. But of course, yeah, you can only do this if you are able to print it out yourself. Like this was another one that I did, like little fox heads. And again, like inspired by Asian culture. And then like I want to do a fox, added the kanji. And the same thing for this guy. Like this guy was maybe sculpted in a few hours time and printed out. Quite often the printing takes longer eventually than printing out the whole thing. And like with this guy, I airbrushed it with an airbrush pistol, did some hand painting on it. I added some eyelashes. Like it also doesn't have to be expensive. Like when you're creative, like just look around the house and try to figure out stuff that you can use to generate your art or what you're creating. For instance, the stand on this was like a simple old wooden candelabra that I found. I cut it down, painted it black, added like a little metal rod somewhere else, and yeah. it's just being an artist, you know. Just do whatever you love, do with a certain passion. And this is, for example, like very simple. I wanted to get my 1/6 scale McCready in my collection, so I sculpted this head in a day and painted it up. And like, as you can see in the photograph, how big the head is. It's like tiny, but also like it's fun to keep yourself busy and also to switch out certain ideas. But yeah, that's kind of the stuff that triggers me as an artist, you know, like switching out ideas, and also especially with the 3D printing thing, like being able to explore the whole thing physically. And of course, a Wolfman. Like, I was missing a Wolfman in my collection, so I created a Wolfman. And then, like it even starts, like, after the 3D printing and painting, like, I even started modifying those clothes and sewing, and then, yeah, it's being creative with the things that you have, you know, like the skill set. Even when you're a digital artist, I still believe that you're able to use your skill sets on many different assets or many different aspects, you know. Don't close yourself into that little computer box, but expand. And yeah, like with this guy also, like the Yoni hits. I made a render, I did it digitally. I was like, okay, this is looking nice. Let's make a 3D print. Let's paint it up and try to, let's say, semi-match it with what I sculpted. And it's just fun, you know, like being able to switch it out, like from left to right or right to left, like even like what I've done in the past for certain clients is, let's say, work on 3D scans. Like 3D scans were created from real statues, but then you put them back into the digital realm, so you can go backward and forward playing with the whole thing. And this is actually one of the biggest projects that I'm still working on, but that's a life-size head that is also 3D printed. Like, it's modified in certain parts, and I also hand painted the whole thing together. But it's like, it's super nice to get out of the 2D aspect and getting into the real 3D thing, you know? Like, it's such a big difference. Like, even when you would look at something like this in augmented reality or with 3D glasses, like having this thing physical on the table, like this thing is a life-size bust. It's practically 50 centimeters high, and with the right lights on it and everything, like, it can be pretty intensive to look at. And that's kind of what I like with the stuff, you know, like it needs to talk on its own. I'll quickly show you also, let's say now, 3 breakdowns, like, what kind of work as an artist, on professional work and also personal work. So this is like the breakdown of a moth piece that I did. And that was semi-created for a 3D printing tutorial. But what I did was, like, I used the base mesh, a very simple one, modified it. Then I put it up in post. Like, I work in 2 different ways depending on what the output is. But sometimes, like, I purely start working as sculpting in post from the beginning. Especially when it's 3D prints, like, it's more interesting. Like, if it needs to be rigged and everything, yeah, then most of the times the client and everybody is more interested in an A post and, of course, having it posed up. But even when you show or present stuff as concept sketches or concept sculpts, like, you quite often have to pose it up in ZBrush already as a digital sculpture. So in this guy, like, okay, I posed him up. I added some templates, straps on his legs. I roughly sculpted in his pants, his armor, added some details. And then, like at a certain moment, like when you, let's say, put in the big shapes, you blocked in everything, then it's just like, let's say, crunching time. Like, then you just punch in the details and go further and further and further and refine everything. And then it's, to be honest, then it's drawn by numbers, because the hardest part, when I'm working on sculpture, is within the first 45 minutes to hour mark. Like, quite often when I'm sculpting something, and even though it's for a client or so, like, when I'm not feeling it within that time section, like, I just delete it and I restart again. I rather, let's say, give stuff a fresh start than then actually start or let's say keep dabbling and trying to get it better and better without having, let's say, a good gut feeling while you're working on it. Like, sometimes like when you do the wrong sketch, or let's say the wrong block out on paper even, like it's really hard to get everything back into shape. And that's like why for me, let's say the first 45-minute, 2-hour mark is so important as design. Like, and afterwards, like it's tweaking, it's refining, but then it's drawing by numbers. Then you just find some nice music, put it on, and start sculpting and working and working and working. And the same thing for this, like I just tweak the pose a tiny bit, refining, and it's just adding the details, drawn by numbers, you know. I go further and a lot of little technical things that you do to it, like using UVs to apply a certain, let's say, sculpted textures to it. But there's no real magic on it. Like a piece like this, initially, like the beginning, it takes me a day to get to a certain state that I'm happy with. But then I need to crunch on for 5 more days to get into the eventual final sculpts until I get something that I'm happy about. And in the case of this one, like also, because it was like so refined and so detailed, I also engineered the whole thing. And that means that you actually prep and key and make it hollow, like all different sections, and make it ready for 3D prints. And you can see like all the little details on the back, like even like all these nice little details. I'm not sure that you can see my mouse, but even the nice little details on the fabric, they will translate in print. And for instance, like this is the example, like how the output is. And this statue is practically, I would say, 20 centimeters tall or so, roughly. But it's like, yeah, so nice to see all the work that you put into something like this and see it translated, of course, in the end. And even straps on the back, like they have all still in there. And it's super nice, like for instance, like with this guy, like to play with the light and also like automatically like to get the translucency of the 3D printed material and everything in the whole thing. Yeah, it's kind of exciting. Like it's every time when you're able to pull out something out of the digital realm off print beds and you start cleaning it up and you do the first wash into the because when you print in resin, you have to wash it in isopropyl alcohol, but it's like gooey in the beginning and it's like giving birth to something, because then you start washing it and then like all the details come forward and then you're like, oh, like this is like my nice, pretty little, beautiful creature. So it's super fun to work with. Yeah, this is another breakdown. I get a different approach how I work. Like for instance, like I start with something that I would say is the base of start of a base mesh. But now you can actually see like how I work with the spheres that I told you about. Like I add spheres and I just start dragging those things around. And I pull them out, I add more details. Like that's the great thing on working as a sculptor, or let's say in ZBrush. Like you're so free to play around with shapes and discover things. And also like when you spin your thing around in 360, that's so important. Like while I'm sculpting, like I don't have to do it anymore because I do it automatically, but you're always checking your silhouette while you're working. You know, like you're spinning it around, you're looking from every angle, top, bottom, left, right, 3/4, and you're trying to read the silhouette, especially at this stage while you're still working on it. And to be honest, like getting from this first image to this first image on the screen, like I know, like I said, I knock it out within the 45 minutes to hour mark, you know, and then I'm saying like, okay, this is what I'm happy with, and stuff still can be tweaked and modified and everything, but yeah, if I don't have a good gut feeling with stuff that I make, my personal stuff especially, like I just toss it away and throw it into the recycle bin. Like I don't have any to be honest, like I never have any unfinished projects on my hard drive. Like there's no, let's say, folder that's work in progress, and there's stuff in there that's older than a week or so. So yeah, like I'm to be honest, like I'm pretty brutal to my personal work. Like I can create and I can destroy it if I'm not feeling it. Like I toss it away. So as you can see here, I added more details, refined everything, and it's just polishing the whole thing. And these are practically the final steps that I did on it. So I added little spikes on the ring with the last one. And let's see if I can even see if I added more details. I'm not sure, I don't even think so. And this is actually like the final version, but also like even when I'm sketches for everybody or even for myself, like I tend to finish the pieces practically 360. Don't know why, because sometimes you only need a front view for a certain image, but if I have the possibility and I can manage it in my time schedule, like I try to finish off my figures as a 360 round. Like that's the only thing that I would say. Like if you're a concept sculptor or a concept artist using 3D, like you have to be smart with your time. And sometimes, like when a director or producer is let's say in love with a certain angle or one view on your character, it might be more interesting to, let's say, explore everything that is visible from that angle instead of losing time working on the background. But that's my 2 cents on it, you know. And this, for instance, let's say the example, what I do, like on the left, there's the keyshot render, like the raw render pull out of keyshot. It's a simple material pass, nothing special. Then I add the alpha matte on it, so I can key out certain elements if I want. And then I just start modifying and tweaking the colors with gradients, add a little atmosphere, add a little dust, but I'm not, let's say, tweaking or destroying my model. And this is then the final project. So, and the last breakdown I'm going to show you, and that's like a completely different approach. Well, I wouldn't say completely, but that's like starting from scratch, like this dragon. Like I sculpted this thing from scratch with it from a sphere. And to be honest, yeah, it's very simple and straightforward for me. And I can show you in the video. Like I'm going to skip through it, but you have an idea like what I'm working on. So what I'm doing in the beginning is like I'm just pulling out shapes. And I'm already thinking about silhouettes. I'm adding some details. Like for instance, like this thing. Like I'm looking at it from all angles, tweaking it, I'm modifying it, trying to find the right angle. And also like in the beginning, like even when I'm working on this piece, like already have an idea, like how this final dragon will look like, you know, like I have a certain curve, I know it's going to be a bust. I kind of have an idea, like I want to add the spikes on a certain way, I want to add the comb on the back of his head. Like for me, it's very simple. Like even when I'm still, let's say, discovering shapes, like I limit myself to a certain amount of things that I put on the list that I stick to as while I'm designing. And sometimes you have these kind of, let's say, lucky accidents when you move something too far or too close, or you tweak something too hard, or you merge or smooth something too far, too brutal. But to be honest, like even when I'm doing something like this, like it's I wouldn't say it's set in stone, but I clearly have an idea what the output would be. Let's jump a tiny bit further. So the same thing here. Like even little teeth that I added, like I just add little spheres in there. And also, like when I'm sculpting, I tend to stick to, I would say, 4 brushes in ZBrush, and they're like pretty basic brushes. They're like a clay brush, an inflate brush, standard brush. Like I try to tell my story with the simplest tools to get my shapes. And like when you open ZBrush, like a million brushes in there, but most of them, in my eyes, are, let's say, specific to do one specific small thing. And as long as you're sketching and blocking out everything, like you're able to pull it off with fairly simple stuff, you know. So let's jump a tiny bit further. So here also like just adding those edges with the slash brush. Like I couldn't do that thing with another brush, so that's like what I'm talking about, like using a specific brush for a specific option. I added the comb, so just playing around, pulling out those shapes. Go a bit further. And then it's just something like going in by hand and drawing in all those little nice hairlines. And it's all like the funny bit is that like when I actually showed this recording to students once, they remarked me and they told me like, yeah, we don't see you doing practically any undos. And I was like, oh, that's funny to realize. So that's also the way that how I work. Like I just keep continuing, keep pushing, keep modifying, keep tweaking. But don't go backwards, practically never, weirdly enough. Okay, sculpting in the scales by hand. Just drawing out patterns. Like that's what I like to do, like for the biggest percentage when I'm working on sculpts, like I like to do everything, if possible, by hand, instead of using the texture maps like from XYZ or something like that. Because I feel more comfortable like working in ZBrush as a sculptor than jumping into other, let's say, software packages to get it to work for me. Because to be honest, like I'm a technical noob. Like I know how to sculpt, I know how to render in KeyShot because it's straightforward and super basic. But don't put me in other 3D packages. Like I know how they work, but to be honest, like I would lose way too much time on rendering and everything, and that's not the stuff that I like to do. And eventually you have like a nice little dragon like this. And it's just, yeah, doing the final tweaks, like just using the move brush, looking at the silhouette a few times again. And then I just kick it to key shots. And like this, something like this, then the final image of this guy. So this was kind of, let's say, my presentation in a nutshell, to talk about myself a tiny bit, to talk about my workflow a tiny bit. What you saw was, let's say, only a small selection of the work that I created, but I don't have any big favorites. So if you want to check out more work, you can find my stuff on these links. And if you ever want to ask something or so, I always tell people like, feel free to contact me. Because that's the thing that I learned over as an artist. Like there was a moment when I was struggling to get, let's say, answers to some questions, and I contacted people, and they never contacted me. And if they would have done it back in the day, they would have made it way easier creatively. And that's why I told myself, like, if somebody contacts me, I try to always get back to them. To help them out, you know, but that's just me. I hope it was interesting, and let's see if I can jump back to the live stream.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you very much. It was a great presentation. So many details. I think I'm lost in details now. No, anyway, we have questions from the audience.
Okay.
So the first one, what has been your major source of inspiration as an artist?
Yeah, okay, that's class one. I would say, to be honest, what triggered me as a kid was, of course, movies, right? But as an adult, as an artist, I would say culture, real stuff in the world, you know, like being able to have the possibility to travel, to see how people approach things, how people see myths, legends, even religion. Like, I don't believe in anything, you know, that's me. Like, but still, because I'm surrounded in Belgium, for instance, like by churches and cathedrals and everything, and classical paintings, like some way that's trickled into my DNA.
Yeah.
Like, because you see it everywhere. Like, you walk 50 meters from my house and I see like little chapel with a little Maria statue in it. Like, it's in your face, even though you don't know it.
Yeah.
Subliminal, it's still there, you know?
Yeah.
And that's the thing that triggers me as an artist. Like, when I'm walking around in other countries and everything, and seeing stuff from other religions, what other people do. And of course, classical art, you know? Like, having the possibility to go to museums and studying work like a painting from Caravaggio or something, like being able to figure out, like, how did he light this thing and why does this thing work on me as an artist? Why does this thing trigger me?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, great. Do you retopo and bake down details before the final render? Someone is asking.
No.
Okay.
No. Like, okay, I'll tell you. Like, if I'm in a production and like I'm doing because sometimes it happens that I do the concept sketch.
Yeah.
And I push everything further to the high res model. Then of course, like, I discuss it with the in-house production pipeline, like how they would approach the retopo, and quite often, like, I just give the high res to them, then they do the retopo, but I do the reprojecting, and I also double check, like, if everything is translated, and then or I give them, let's say, the high res C tool, or I do the bake myself.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, when people hire me as an artist, they quite hire me as for my skill set, and they rather have me to sculpt cool shit for them than to lose time doing the technical stuff that also needs to be done for the pipeline.
Yeah.
But quite often, like, when they hire you as an external person, like, the budget's limited, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay. More questions. What's your advice for an aspiring digital sculptor located in Belgium? Is it as simple as just making a good portfolio and getting your stuff out there? Question mark.
No, and no. Well, I'm going to be very honest. Like, I'm a digital sculptor in Belgium, and I still have to fight to get the right jobs. You know, like, you're competing not on Belgium level, you're competing on world scope, and to be honest, like, you're also competing to third world countries, and that's hard because our rates are higher because of the situation that we live in, right? But as an aspiring artist, I would say, like, make sure that your fundamentals that I kind of was talking about, anatomy and everything, is at the right place, and also, like, make sure that you kind of mix and gel with the right 3D sculpting people, you know? Like, if you have the possibility to do, for instance, let's say, go to a ZBrush Summit or to something that's more sculpture related, try to mingle with those people, because, like, it's even that section is like a super tight niche community inside the tight niche 3D community. So I would say, let's say, make a kick-ass portfolio, try to specialize in stuff, try to get your fundamentals there, and also for me personally, like, if you want to stand out as an artist, try to develop your own style. and that's something that you can't do in 2 years' time. You know, that grows. Like I'm sculpting for 10 years or so, and I was discovering my style 5 years ago or so. You know, it grows on you while you're working.
All right. I think the next question is maybe partially answered in your presentation, especially the last bit. But if you create full characters in ZBrush, do you first make a sort of block out, or do you start from a blank project and add the objects you need while sculpting?
I start from a blank. I would say I start from a blank canvas. I block out everything. But what I tend to do, like when you want to present something to a client or something, like just go online, download some assets. Like if it needs to have a sword, don't lose time making a sword. Just stick a sword in there, try to get everything in there, and then start refining, rebuilding stuff, replacing stuff. But like I said, like the most important thing is like to get everything in there, like in the shortest time of space. Tell what you're doing. For me personally, and I also think that's important. Like when you're designing, especially when you want to present something to an art director, like he doesn't want to sit on his ass for 2 days, and then you show something to him, and he'll be like, "Nah, I don't like the proportions." No, you could have shown those proportions after an hour.
True. Yeah. Then about 3D printing, 2 questions. What printers do you use, and is it your own printer, or do you sort that out?
Well, that's a good story. On the printer, I have a Formlabs printer, Form 2. I'm happy with it. But the thing is, like, it's an expensive printer, but the results are super nice. But the good thing is, like, I won it 4 years ago when I won the ZBrush Sculpt Off. So that was actually a gift. But I was like even back then, like I was still thinking, like, should I get a 3D printer or not? My advice would be, like, if you want to invest into a 3D printer, make sure that you do your research on it, especially like with the output that you want to create. And I'm talking about dimensions, and I'm talking about resolution.
Okay.
Because those are 2 completely different things.
And I think the last question, what would be your favorite company to work for, and what's your dream project?
To be honest, I don't have any.
It's a very quick answer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
No, sorry, but the thing is, like, if you would have asked me 10 years ago when I started the whole thing, I would have just like instantly have said ILM or something, you know, like one of the top tier, very, very good companies. But over time, like having met a lot of people that are actually working for those companies, like sometimes I don't really have the feeling that I'm always missing out on stuff.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Even though, like, you can have your name on a movie or on a game, AAA game title, you're still, let's say, this little cog in the whole machinery, and it just depends on what type of artist that you are, you know. Like if you want to stand out for your own stuff or be known for your stuff that you create. So, okay, if they would contact me to do a new Alien redesign for a new Alien film, they can contact me. I would happily take that job on, you know? It doesn't matter which company it is. Okay, I thought.
Awesome. No, great. Many thanks for your time and your talk. I think you inspired a lot of people over here, and we're just very happy that you could be a part of DAC-ANT. Thank you very much.
It was my pleasure. It was my pleasure.
Cool. Okay.
All
See
right.
you.
Hey.
Goodbye.
Thanks,
Bye. Okay, Mitch, it's all yours now.
Yes. I'm going to take over here real quick. So before we go, obviously there's still some prizes to be won. So the names have been drawn, and I'll go over them now. I'm just going to double check with our team if everything's ready to go. Ready to go? Okay, so we're going to start with the Corona or V-Ray licenses. So remember, you can choose either one. It's a 1-year license. And you can choose between render, and then you can choose for which software package as well. So we have 2 winners. First of all, we have, full disclosure, we Google translated your name because unfortunately nobody here speaks Russian. So if it's a little bit off, I completely apologize for that. So Igor Roshkin, something like that, from Russia. And then we have Cheka Nikita from Moldova. Those are our 2 winners for the render licenses. So that is awesome. Congratulations to you. We'll be in touch in the coming week to get all details and everything sorted out and get you your prizes. Then for the next one, we have the 1 terabyte SSD. And that has been won by Markor from Estonia. So that SSD is going to travel quite away from the Netherlands to Estonia. But yes, we'll get that sorted as well.
It's a fast SSD. So.
It's a fast, so it'll be there very quick. So, and then for the big prize, we should have had a drum raffle for this one. But it's actually a name I'm able to pronounce because the lucky winner is from Belgium, Wout Standaert. Congratulations on your brand new Cintiq 22-inch drawing tablet.
Yeah.
I must say I'm a little bit jealous. I'm not going to lie.
You're not the only one. The whole crew.
I'm pretty sure the whole crew was definitely a little bit bummed out that we weren't able to take place in the giveaway because that wouldn't be fair, obviously. But very cool. Congratulations to all the winners. And from there, I want to kind of say thank you again to all our sponsors. I've mentioned it a couple of times now during the stream, but we're extremely grateful for them for providing these prizes and just working with us and being cool people in general. I mean, it's been really fun working with all of you. Thank you very much. Individually to Wacom, Chaos Group, Makina, Cine Software, Pulse, Flip Normals, ArtStation, and Ace. For ArtStation, remember you still have a promo code that you can use until April 2nd. Yes. So you can check that out.
Yep, I will.
Sorry, we're trying to coordinate something here. And then to Ace and Jan in particular as well for letting us use this awesome location. It's been an absolute blast. I have one or 2 more special mentions I want to do at the very end of the show here. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Joop from End User Event and Jason from D2 Conferences for helping us out with any questions we had regarding what was it? What was I going to say? Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Regarding organizing stuff like this, they have a lot of experience and they were willing to share it with us, which was really cool. And we're very thankful for that. And then as a final thing here, I just want to thank the team as well. They hopefully should be, there you see Jens, who's been doing our sound all day. In the back, you can see Mats, who's been running the stream all day. Then Robin is sitting there, who's been running the Discord server. And then behind him, Jan, who was here as well for both his talk and to help us out with the location. So that was really cool. So thank you, everybody. And as a very, very last thank you, I want to thank you, the audience, for being here. Also for being super supportive with everything that went down last year. It's been really inspiring to us to have everybody be so enthusiastic in joining us, trying to get this event going. And I don't know if you want to say one final word as well, Johan?
Yes. Thanks for being here.
Awesome.
And hopefully see you.
Next edition. We don't know what's going to be yet, but we're definitely not done.
No.
We're just waiting for the world to figure itself out, I guess, and to see how that's going to affect any sort of next editions. So with that, thank you very much for an awesome day. I hope you all had a really great time, and we'll see you next time.
We keep Discord running.
Yes,
so,
we'll keep
whenever
Discord
there is
open.
something, just bump in and ask us.
Sure. Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.